Ah, there we are. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Happy 4th of
Hey.
July. Hey, welcome
Oh,
in,
you changed
Dolphin.
your avatar. That's cute.
Yeah, I threw some little stars on there. Dress it up for the holiday. I remembered it was a holiday. I did. Um, okay, so we're good to go. You can hear me. I'm assuming chat can hear us as well. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome into our little case update show today. We're going to talk about a couple of cases where you saw the thumbnail. We're going to get an update on the Morpheus situation. Keep so we can keep up with the documents that are coming down there. Stern's documents. We're going to look at that for a little bit, and then we're going to have some conversations about Koberger. I just hold on. Oh, I heard a noise, and I'm like, "What is that noise?" And I forgot it was this little. Never mind. This is a little thing, little mister thingy in my room, and I was like, "Where'd that noise come from?" Now I figured it out. Welcome in, Butterfly. Welcome in, Forest. Glad you guys are here. You guys have big plans for today. My son's kicking around the idea of going downtown where the fireworks shows are. I don't know. I might not.
I
I think
am
I'll
keeping
just.
my little self at home.
Yeah, my neighbors all have a bunch of fireworks to shoot off, so I'll probably sit in my backyard under in my chair and be comfy and watch them from the comfort of my yard. Good deal. Good deal. Thank you, Butterfly, for letting us know. Um, okay. So, yeah, we'll give everybody a chance to get in. So, Dolphin and Butterfly and I just went and watched a Peacock. Was it Peacock, right? Did a special.
Yeah, it was Peacock, and that trailer was brand new, so it must have come out yesterday.
Well, it had to have because they talked about the plea deal and everything. So, because I was paying attention to that as well. Some of it seems like it could have been from other stuff, and they maybe eh, did some editing and put them I don't know if they just put some of it didn't seem new, but some of it did. I mean, there was new stuff, but there was interesting to say the least, and they kind of captured the story well, on the surface. If you not know deep dives, um, but it was I thought it was pretty good. I need to watch it again.
Yeah. Oh,
You see,
yeah.
what I didn't take in the when we were watching last night, because I mean, we were just sitting there chilling watching it, but there's some people are talking, families are talking, friends of Koberger's talking. I found another article
Former
this morning.
students.
Yeah, I found an article this morning with a couple of little comments. Of course, one from Casey Arntz, which I expect to hear from her, but a little one of his what do they call her? One of his counselors from school made a comment as well. So we'll look at
Oh,
that
from
too.
high school?
Hmm.
Oh, good, good,
Yeah,
good.
it was just a little comment though, but I'll pull
Oh,
that up in a little bit and we'll take a look at that. Oh, hello, Sajoy. Happy 4th. Thanks for coming in as well. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to get started with, you know what? Did I link Morpheus? Yeah, case docket here on my bar, because if I go to Discord and try to pull it up, I have all kind of issues, but I don't know, I linked him here. So it'd be easier for me to grab.
do you use the sticky notes on Windows?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you should maybe put your links there because they're
I just have them.
literally like a post-it note on your
Yeah,
computer.
I just have them like pinned to my bar. The
Hmm.
dockets that I keep up with are pinned up there, but I wasn't sure if I pinned Barry's yet. I may have forgot about old Barry. Um, I can still pull it up. It ain't a big deal. I just have to go get it and do it. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I've done. Oh wait, maybe I have him in his over here. I should have already done this. Anyway, hang on one second. Let me see if I put it in here. Yeah, here we go. All right. Yay. All right, let me pull this up so everybody can see. Make it big enough so I can see. Okay. Because we're going to be following the Barry Morphew stuff, documents, hearings, I guess, if we're allowed to do that. And then, of course, the trial when it does happen. So we all know they had there's another status conference set up for September 2nd at 1:30, and it still has the click link here to view the hearing. So we know that the grand jury indictment came down, and then June 20th, they filed an order limiting pretrial publicity. June 20th, standing order on the decorum. We have read through those. An order preemptively granting requests for expanded media coverage. We reviewed that. And then on the 23rd, there was a media plan. Now, this is crazy because, did it pull up? I mean, ooh, okay, because it's like Barry's wanting special this and special that.
Mm-hmm.
Media access, court documents, all publicly accessible documents, motions, and records for this trial will be posted to the 12th Judicial District case of interest page, which is here, and we have that link. Interviews, judges, court, and it's really kind of like a gag order. So interviews for the judges, court staff, jurors may not discuss active cases. Jurors who wish to be interviewed after the case conclusion may do so, but this will need to be coordinated through the individual, not the courts. Courthouse security is talked about. Members of the public and the media must pass through the detectors. Closed sessions, they talk about how they handle that. Certain proceedings are always closed to the public and the media. Jury deliberations and attorney-client meetings will occur in private. Goes through the rules there. Media on site, credentialed I was fixing to say credentialed media. Who knows who's credentialed anymore and who isn't, right? Only credentialed media will be permitted in the courtroom. Courtroom's media seating. So they just basically, that was what that was, to go over that. Oops, get down here. Courtroom access, see the preemptively granting requests for the expanded coverage. Off-limit areas, journalists shall not cross from the public gallery into the well of the courtroom. Recording and broadcasting. Expanded media coverage, see the preemptively granting request for expanded coverage. The decorum, electronic device usage, jurors, all this. So basically just their basic courthouse decorum. Then there was a limited entry appearance by David Beller, another limited appearance by Jane Fisher. They are the attorneys, of course. Then this was defense objection to expanded media coverage. Then we had his booking sheet. And there's Barry Morphew. They blocked out the actual numbers, but Buck Drive, it was in Noblesville, Indiana. And oh my goodness, they didn't redact his phone number and stuff. Y'all think y'all can call him in the jail? All right, so Barry was 5'10", 175 pounds, blonde or strawberry blonde hair, blue eyes, just his regular, all his information there. In custody. Now, he has been transferred back over to Colorado. So then we had the defense motion for preservation and production of material. And this one was filed June 30th as well. And this is a 6-page, and it says, comes now Barry Morphew by and through counsel and hereby notifies the district attorney's office and through the district attorney's office all law enforcement agencies, personnel, and reporting agencies of his demand to preserve material as set forth below, and requests that this court enter an order for preservation and production and order the prosecution to instruct law enforcement, CBI, which is Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and all other reporting agencies. This prosecution is a continuation of a previous prosecution brought in Chaffee County and later transferred to Fremont County. Whenever Mr. Morphew refers to this case or makes any reference to personnel, he is including the case of Chaffee County District Court number, and they give the case number there, and Fremont County District Court case number, whatever court or agency case file or they are known by. The heck? Let me move my box up ever so slightly here. Goodness. There we go. The defense specifically demands the state preserve and produce to Mr. Morphew, upon request, all physical evidence in this matter, including but not limited to the following: all remains, including clothing or any other material found with or associated with those remains of Susan Morphew, all cars which have been seized or searched, all houses and buildings which have been seized or searched, all physical evidence obtained. Oops. All blood tissue, bone material, and other physical evidence that has in any way been obtained by law enforcement or the prosecution in this case. All supposed trace evidence, including but not limited to hairs, fibers, blood, saliva, skin, gunshot residue, and any description blood spatter. Gunshot residue. Mr. Morphew demands that, following construed broadly, he preserved and produced to the defense all recordings produced or seized in connection with the case, all law notes, including handwritten or typed or dictated notes and tapes, and of any and all contacts and statements of all people contacted or interviewed, police handwritten or typed dictated notes, and tapes of all police activities and commentary and statements regarding this case. Defense counsel is aware that it is the practice of law enforcement to destroy their notes.
Why would they destroy their notes?
Right?
That's
Why
crazy.
would they? Defense counsel requests an order specifically ordering law enforcement agents to preserve all notes, diagrams, charts, and similar written or generated material. The tapes of dictations police investigators dictate from their notes that are not transcribed into police reports. All records, experiments, 911 tapes, dispatch tapes, and all other audio and or videotapes and other media of recordings. All scientific reports, memoranda, notes produced in connection with the events, all photographs made or seized, duplicates of all photographs, videotapes, or audio tapes of any and all autopsies, all biological samples and physical evidence made or seized in connection with the case, all records and logs, receipts pertaining to the storage and movement of physical or documentary evidence. Damn. All correspondence, including email and text mail correspondence by or to law enforcement and the prosecution concerning the investigation. All records and logs and receipts pertaining to the storage and movement of physical evidence. And I would venture to say, if the last prosecutor hadn't been such a damn joke, maybe the defense wouldn't be hitting so hard now. There's reasons they're asking for all this stuff. Thank you, ex-prosecutor. All records and logs and receipts pertaining to the storage and movement of physical evidence. The state bears an obligation under Criminal P 16-1A IV to make all of the physical evidence available to the accused. The prosecution's duties to disclose potentially material and exculpatory evidence do not end within its own office. The deputy applies to evidence in the possession of law enforcement. The duty applies to evidence in the possession of all law enforcement agencies and all those who have reported directly or indirectly or assisted in the investigation. They gotta cite the Brady case. The prosecution not only has a duty to learn and retrieve from law enforcement any evidence favorable to the defense, they also have to produce it. Jeez. Rule 16 in case law specifically designates that the prosecutor's obligations extends to material information in the control of any others who have participated in the investigation or the evaluation of the case. Mr. Morphew will be making independent evaluation of all items which are possible material evidence and potentially exculpatory in this case. The evidence seized includes items that are material and potentially exculpatory and are necessary to the effective defense of the case. Due process and Mr. Morphew's right to confront his accuser require that he be allowed to obtain such evidence. The due process guarantee of fundamental fairness also entitles a defendant the right to access evidence. A criminal trial is fundamentally unfair if the state proceeds against a defendant without making certain that he has access to the raw materials integral to the building of an effective counsel. True. The Colorado Constitution imposes a heightened reliability requirement in capital cases over and above that provided by the federal Constitution. Given the rights at stake, there is a strong presumption that possibly exculpatory evidence should be given to the defendant. Thus, even evidence that is not material must be disclosed, absent proof of a compelling interest. The discovery is authorized by the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States and 25 of the Constitution of the State of Colorado. The due process guarantee of fundamental fairness also entitles a defendant the right to access evidence. Criminal trial is fundamentally unfair if the state proceeds against defendant without making certain that he has access to the raw materials integral to the building of an effective defense. The Colorado Constitution imposes a heightened reliability requirement in capital cases over and above that provide the federal Constitution. Given the rights at stake, there is a strong presumption that possibly exculpatory evidence should be given to the defendant. Thus, even evidence that is not material must be disclosed, absent proof of compelling interest. The purpose of the discovery is to ensure fair process, aid the accuracy and efficiency in the search for truth, reduce the risk of trial by ambush, and to protect innocence. And they cite a couple of cases. This motion is intended to be construed broadly to include all district attorneys, their contact and employed personnel, regardless of judicial district or prosecuting agency, thus including those in Chaffee and or Fremont County, all law enforcement or investigative agencies and their contract and employed personnel, all investigative agencies, including government agencies such as the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, the Department of Public Safety, any private contractors or experts consulting with or conducting any work for any prosecuting and or law enforcement agency, law enforcement investigative agencies, prosecutors, and other contract employee personnel from a wide variety of jurisdictions worked and or were consulted in the prosecution of Mr. Morphew. Anybody who even breathed the name, probably, right? These other personnel and agencies must be regarded as reporting agencies and within the purview of this court's order for preservation. The prosecuting attorney's obligations under this section extend to material and information in the possession of or control of members of his or her staff and others who participated in the investigation or the evaluation of the case and who either regularly report or with reference to the particular case have reported. I wonder, Dolphin, if they just take their notes and make their reports, and once they do their reports, is that when they're destroying their notes? I mean, geez.
Still stupid.
I know, it is, because then they can't say, well, you lied in your report. That's really not what your first observation or notes were about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be retaining all of that. You need to be on the up and up, man. When Mr. Morphew uses the term law enforcement, state, or prosecution, he intends to include any person or agency described in this paragraph. Whenever Mr. Morphew uses the term law enforcement, he means all of these agencies in whatever jurisdiction they are located and by whatever name they are known. And then that was the end of the document. So, kind of like Ann Taylor, we want it all. The only thing is, in this case, there was DNA found in Susan's vehicle that came back to a sexual offender. Yeah. Oh, wait, where'd this guy come from, and how does DNA get in her damn glove box? Right?
Maybe she had her car detailed.
Yeah, there's a
Somewhere dodgy.
well, he actually I want to say there was 3 hits in 3 different states, but none in hers.
Could have
On
been a service guy
Mhm.
too, like if
Could
she
have been.
took
Yeah,
it to a mechanic. Hmm.
there's more to it. I want to say that they got an alibi from the guy even. I got to look more into it. So there was something to do with that early on. So that was where did I go? That was the preservation and production order. This is just a notice of revocation of waivers and invocation of all privileges and rights. And that was like a 3-page document, and it was comes now Barry Morphew by and through the council of his choice. Okay. Barry Morphew hereby revokes any consent he has previously given to search or seize anything. Damn, you can do that? So he hereby revokes any consent that he had previously given. Any releases or waivers previously exercised that would allow access to records or waive any of these privileges and provide access to the government, law enforcement, or any agents acting on behalf of the government or law enforcement are hereby revoked. Mr. Morphew hereby revokes any alleged prior waivers of his state and federal constitutional or statutory rights, including but not limited to the alleged waivers of his rights to remain silent, rights to legal representation and counsel when being questioned, and consent forms allowing search or seizure of his person, home, car, personal effects, electronics, and other property without a warrant. Mr. Morphew does not consent to any searches, seizures, interrogations, or release of any records to the government, law enforcement, or any agents acting on behalf of the government or the law enforcement. Mr. Morphew asserts his right to remain silent and to have an attorney. He does not wish to speak to any agents of law enforcement about any matter unless and until his attorney is present. This motion is an ambiguous invocation of his right to counsel and his right to remain silent. He is invoking his right to counsel and his right to remain silent as they pertain to any conversations with law enforcement about any matter, and not just in regard to the pending criminal charges against him. In any matter, Mr. Morphew expressively invokes the following. All privileges granted under CRS rule, all privileges in school, employment, social services, or any other records. Mr. Morphew has a confidentiality expectation through federal and state statutes and case law. So he's like, don't go looking back through my school curriculum without a warrant. Morphew has a confidentiality expectation through federal and state statutes and case law, administrative regulations and rules, federal and state constitution provisions, agencies, or the agency's own statements to Mr. Morphew, either oral or written. All medical and psychiatric treatment and other privileges afforded to Mr. Morphew under Colorado and United States constitutions. As to all medical, psychiatric, and/or psychological treatment Morphew has ever received. You think he ever received any psychological treatment? Like
That's what I was going to ask. Does he have a
after
history of something?
not that I'm aware of.
I don't
Now,
know too much about this case.
did he seek counseling after his wife went missing?
I doubt it.
Yeah, me too. Or if he did, it was fake.
Mm,
People are like, dude, you need to go get counseling. Your wife is missing. You're being accused. That can't be easy. People are looking at you sideways. Mr. Morphew requests that this court specifically order that no member of the office of the district attorney, law enforcement, or any person or agency specified in Rule 16 of the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure or their respective agents and or reporting agencies attempt to obtain confidential information pertaining to Mr. Morphew. Mr. Morphew does not authorize any person to waive said privileges on his behalf. Mr. Morphew invokes all state and federal constitutional rights, including but not limited to his right to remain silent and rights to counsel under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution. Mr. Morphew asserts his rights under the 4th Amendment of the federal Constitution and the state's constitution to be free from warrantless seizures and searches. of his person, property, and effects. He does not consent to any warrantless search of his well, nobody consents to that, dude. Mr. Morphew invokes his right to be present at all stages. He invokes his right to be present at all stages of the proceedings against him. Mr. Morphew asserts his right to due process of law and to a fair trial and impartial jury. Mr. Morphew further asserts his right to have his counsel present during any and all procedures that entail, but are not limited to, Mr. Morphew being placed in a show up or lineup. A show up or a lineup. I don't recall any witnesses seeing him toss the bike off the side of the road or the helmet out the window or moving his wife's body from one location to another, allegedly. Mr. Morphew asserts his right to have his counsel present during the testing of any evidence that may, and let me turn this damn phone off. Security alert. Who's trying to stalk me? Mr. Morphew asserts his right to have his counsel present during the testing of any evidence that may in any way be destroyed, altered, depleted during testing. So he wants his attorney present during testing of certain evidence, like I suspected Ann Taylor was that time that one evidence left custody to go for testing and then got brought back early on in the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some of these sometimes, like DNA testing, they can destroy the samples. That's why certain missing person cases, any found DNA can only be ran a limited number of times because you end up destroying the sample. That's what I've learned talking to somebody about a missing persons case. So it depends. There's a lot. So I don't know. That's crazy. They want it's not crazy in my mind if I'm defense attorney today. Yeah, let me be there. Make sure no destroying happens. Mr. Morphew asserts his rights under the Fourth Amendment of the Federal Constitution and article of the state constitution to be free of warrantless searches, seizures of all his things. By naming certain rights Mr. Morphew is invoking above, he does not intend to limit his invocation to those rights. This invocation must be constructed broadly as it is intended. Okay. Oh, shoot. I just closed out of my whole thing. Let me go back in. Lots of demands. I could have a joke about that butterfly. I could call him a man, right? Just another man with lots of demands. Would that be being sexist right now? But I don't care. So welcome in Vixie. Welcome in Jimbo. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Found us through Joe Schmo's channel. Good content analysis. We appreciate you coming over and giving us a chance. We do appreciate that. Rachel, welcome in. Leslie and Billy. Anybody, sometimes my restream chat doesn't catch up as quickly as it should. So if I missed you guys, welcome in. We are going over some of the Barry Morphew documents so we can stay caught up on the case. And then we're going to look over some Stearns documents and be caught up there. And then we're going to look at a little bit of the Kohberger stuff. Let me get back to my thing I accidentally closed out, because we're almost done making sure we're caught up with Barry's latest. At least they have a nice little document layout like we had in Idaho. It sure makes it a lot easier for us. Okay. All right. A request for expanded coverage from Law and Crime. Order on motion to adopt numbering convention. There was a request for the expanded media. We've looked at that stuff. So I guess Law and Crime have put in, WKDVR have put in as well. Let's see what their
Oh, to cover this?
Yeah, so Law and Crime has, let me pull this up, request for expanded coverage. All right, you guys can see that. Request for expanded media coverage, submission number 488, submission information, Law and Crime Network, Katie DeLong, it says DeJong, um, assignment editor, and then it has her email there, her phone number. Oh, wow. It's date of proceedings, the time. Yeah, so they're asking to cover it, and then W or KDVR and KWGN. There are local affiliates there. They also have stuff in. Okay, so we are down to what just came out. I don't really, not going to read the media requests. I already know what they're going to say. Asking for permission, and then the court will decide. They're going to do a poll camera, I think, like everything else. All right, defense motion for preservation and the production of material. We saw that. And then there was another request for media from Denver 7. And then this is the last one here. Defense motion to require notice and consent prior to any contact with the defendant. So the people of the state of Colorado versus Barry Morphew. And it just says order proposed D004 defense motion to require notice and consent prior to any contact with the defendant, and that motion was granted. So that brings us up to speed with Barry. So the next hearing will be in September. And I was told that they were going to be having a hearing to address the bail, and I don't know why, because it's a $3 million cash bail. I don't know if they were going to try to get I don't know if the defense was going to try to get a reduction, like a bail reduction. I don't know if they're aiming for that or not. So we'll have to see what comes down next. We'll keep an eye on that docket for sure. All right, let's move over to Mr. Stern's docket.
Eek.
Girl, I was about to say it. I was about to say my favorite cuss word when it come to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they put his face up on screen, I'll just have to look away. He just turns my stomach.
He's so gross looking, even outside of knowing what he did. Like, if I looked at him and looked at Koberger, I'm going to be more concerned about Stearns, that creepy look. Just dirty old man look came out. Maybe it's because I'm biased because now I know, but even when the beginning, when that case first happened and we saw his little whiny ass on TV.
Oh, yeah.
Before he was ever arrested, we're like, what the hell's wrong with that dude, right? And then, oh my God, what's wrong with her? Ew. Talking about Jen Soto, we didn't know what was wrong with either one of them. They were both very, very weird. And it was odd because, yes, it was extremely weird, but I took pause for a second because that was happening right at the same time Sebastian Rogers was happening, right?
Yep, same day.
People were like just going after Katie Proudfoot. So she did it. Look at her. All these things. So when we just got a notification, Dolphin, did you get one?
Oh, no.
The Vine.
But yeah,
Vine.
do
Okay.
tell.
It's popping. Hold on. Let me.
I never signed up for the account.
Oh, I already had it. So. Okay, see, like I told you, they'll notify me for hearings as well. It's popping off with 7:23, 9 a.m. sentencing hearing for Bryan Kohberger.
And nothing from the jail, right?
Not yet, no. So I got a notification about the hearing scheduled. Trial was scheduled for 8/11, been canceled. Yeah, I'm getting notices about all that now. Hearing was scheduled for the 21st. Yeah, so you'll get all these ridiculous ones you don't need, and they won't stop coming until they just sent me like 50. But yeah, okay. So I didn't know I'm like, what's going on over there in the Ada County Jail? All right. This disgusting fucker. Stefan Stearns. Okay, so we know they pushed his trial back now to the 22nd is when it will start.
September, right?
No, July. I'm talking Stearns. No, July. This month.
You know what? His other one.
Yeah. September is
later,
the murder
right?
charge.
Okay.
Murder is later in the year. So we're going to trial. If they make it to trial, it will be this month, and it was scheduled for the 15th, well, the 14th, then the 15th, and now it's pushed back to the 22nd. And the judge just
The
decided
fact
that.
that he's going to trial on the CSAM case is a waste of money. You know,
Well,
the images,
yeah,
he's in them. He's in some of them, right?
slam dunk
On
case.
his phone.
Yo,
I
he's in
mean,
them.
end of story.
There, we know for a fact there's a video on that phone, and there's a very disturbing description, because I read it right out of the document
Oh, wow.
of what he did to get Maddie to do what he wanted her to do. How he did it. He was holding his phone in this, what we read, this child was barely 7 years old. So apparently he videoed it, had the camera on, or was videoing himself talking to her. I don't know. I don't know. But the way it describes in the document, she wants to play a game on his phone, and he tells her what she needs to do to him to get the phone to play the game, and the child does it. And it's on Stefan's phone, video recorded.
Oh, wow.
So there was a lot of very disturbing things I read out of those documents. This dude
Mm.
cannot get out of this CSAM stuff. Now that the judge has, so guys, we did have motions on the docket where his defense wanted to suppress the search of the cell phone. They called it unlawful search and seizure of the cell phone and the Google account, right? We all knew that he gave consent for the officer to take the phone and to look through the phone. Well, the judge finally ruled against the defense. The items are coming into evidence. So, like Dolphin said, slam dunk. If you're bringing in all that phone evidence, there's all the proof for the CSAM. Do you think he'll now approach the state and ask for a plea deal on this CSAM before the 22nd? You would think he
What
would.
did you ask? I'm sorry.
If you think he would, if his defense attorneys would approach the state for a plea deal.
Ooh, to try to get the death penalty off the table.
Yeah, because
Oof.
he's got the DP for these charges. For the CSAM, he's got death penalty charge. Would they approach? Because I'm telling you, if this guy takes this to trial, he's getting the death penalty. And then he's going to spend the rest of his natural life fighting that in the Florida Supreme Court, and go for it, buddy. But does Stefan got that kind of fight in his ass? He don't look like it. He doesn't look like it. I
I
wonder
mean,
what
he's lazy, but he's the kind of person who's always sat back and let
some.
everybody else do stuff for him. So the
Well,
fact that he doesn't really have to do much, yeah, I think he probably would.
always going to get some regular, appellate attorneys and sit back and let them do the work, but they're only going to, it's not going to work. So
Right.
yeah,
It's only going
maybe.
to be so
I
vigorous.
don't
Yeah.
know if he wants to be humiliated that bad, or if he's just going to go shrivel up in the corner and pout somewhere, because people. I don't know. It's What do you guys in chat think? Do you think that Stearns will approach the state of Florida with a plea deal? Ask for one at least. I don't know. If I was him, I would. You got a lot of incredibly damaging evidence there. So we can't see, what we can see here on the docket is, so we know they had well, we were going to look at a news clip in a minute, but they had that hearing the other day, and we couldn't find the hearing, guys.
Hmm.
So what ended up happening was it was like a 10-minute hearing, but Stefan wasn't even required to be there. He wasn't even there via Zoom or anything like that. He had waived his right to appear at that hearing, so he wasn't even there. It was a very short hearing. So the judge denied the continuance. So both parties filed a continuance motion, and they filed the joint motion to continue back on June 26th. The judge ruled to deny the joint motion for the continuation. And then he denied also so that was July 2nd. July 1st, he denied the motion to suppress the evidence from the search warrants of the phone and the Google. So we can't view the documents yet on the orders. They're not on the docket yet to be viewable. Only one I can view. I mean, we can view a lot of other ones, but this one is felony court minutes, pretrial held defendant, and it's really nothing on the document except telling us that we have a court date, 9 a.m. on the 22nd for jury trial. And that's literally all that document says, is confirmation of that. So there are other documents we could take a look at. There's some that are lengthy, but it's all death penalty type stuff, trying to get, we read the ones about wanting certain words out. Now he wants the newspapers kept out of the courtroom lobby. So when people come in and out, and if the jurors have access, they won't see his face plastered all across the print newspaper. All kinds of things. Dolphin, did you see anything in particular in some of those documents that stuck? There's a lot that stand out to me legally, but
no,
they're,
let me take a peek.
yeah, I mean, legally, from a legal standpoint, there's a lot to get into, but we'll probably do like maybe Monday we'll go. No, not Monday. I got something else for Monday. Tuesday or Wednesday, we could take a look at some of the legal aspects that into this case, but there's just, there was stuff about witness impact statements from a while back that we took a look at. There were things about wanting certain terms kept out of court. And we saw that same type of filing that Ann Taylor was trying with the Brian Koberger case, keeping certain terms, murder and using the term homicide versus the term murder and things of that nature.
Oh, jeez.
But there was, yeah. And Dolphin and I were taking a look at some stuff last night, guys. I was telling her that Stefan Stearns, he gets his mommy and dad send him books all the time because he gets so bored. He's got his little origami books to make his little paper figurines because he don't have his real figurines to play with anymore. So all kinds of books and stuff. A couple of books were denied because they weren't appropriate, and we don't really know what was you trying to order there that wasn't appropriate, but okay. But he got a book on Jailhouse Chef, and it's like a cookbook for prisoners to learn how to make gourmet meals out of their, crushed up Doritos and, their ramen noodles, which led me and Dolphin down a little rabbit hole last night we'll get into here in a little bit. So let's take a look at this news clip that I do have on the Stearns piece just to get us up to par with what the judge said in this little motion or this hearing that we could not find the other day when we were all prepared to cover Stearns' ugly ass mug. I cannot speak about this man without the cuss words flying. I'm being refrained today because I'm trying to stay in my good vibe and good spirits. It's 4th of July and all that.
Oh, God. His Google search warrant is 19 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, okay.
Yeah. And in all the case files that Butterfly and I went through, and the thousands and thousands of pages, those search warrants are all there for all of that. It's just with this. I know the judge looked at all of that. Maria Tagler's reports, the interviews, that recorded interviews that she did with him, the timestamps on that versus the time they actually applied for the warrants. All that he was looking at when he finally made his decision, not to keep that out. Because if he had decided to keep the phone evidence out, guess what? They'd have had to have dropped the whole CSAM charge.
So
Right?
wait a minute. Yeah, I was thinking about that. They would have had to have dropped it from that, but because they picked him up for the murder charges, they would have had his phone,
They
access to it for that too, right?
right.
And all his stuff. So then I guess they could be like, well,
Well, we didn't get
maybe
it
that's why they didn't drop it because they would have been discovered through the other case.
through the other case investigation, looking at
Mm-hmm.
that. Yeah. I mean, I know the judge was going to rule from the law on it. It took him a hot minute. Maybe he was really looking at all the ins and out, that where all the was everything lining up like it was supposed to. And So Joy says, yeah, if all else fails, he may plead out on the CSAM. He'll probably fight the other case. Might even be naming Jen Soto as an alternate perp. I hear you, and I'm raising my hand to that as well. I already feel it coming.
In the CSAM case?
No, in the murder case.
Oh, okay.
To plea on this CSAM,
Mm-hmm.
but do not plea on that murder, because what if Jen did it?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a little news piece covering the hearing we didn't get to see the other day.
Sexual abuse trial for the man accused of murdering Maddie Soto is being pushed back by a week, but the judge is allowing key evidence found on Stephen Stern's cell phone in the child sex abuse case. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is joining us live from the Osceola County Courthouse. Randy, Stearns was not in court today.
Yeah, good evening to you, Marlisa. He waived his appearance today, but as you mentioned, the judge only pushed the trial start date back slightly, so both sides will have to be ready come next month.
The court would deny their cogent and vigorously argued motion to suppress.
A win for the state. Back in April, Stearns' legal team asked a judge to dismiss phone and video evidence ahead of the trial. They argued it was obtained without a warrant, and Stearns testified he was coerced into handing over his phone.
And what was your understanding, if any, as to what they were going to do with it?
They were just going to check my Google Maps and check to see if I was logged into Google, and that was it. That was all I agreed to.
Were you shown, or did they have a warrant?
They did not.
Law enforcement say they initially took his phone as part of their search for 13-year-old Maddie Soto. Detectives say once unlocked, they found pictures and videos of Stearns allegedly sexually abusing the teen. The state argued detectives were right to take Stearns' phone and go through it because they thought he was trying to get rid of evidence. Stearns told investigators he'd accidentally factory reset his phone, which prompted suspicion. Judge Keith Karsten alerted both sides Wednesday he's denying that motion. The alleged evidence found on the phone can be used during the trial. The judge also denied a joint motion filed by state prosecutors and the defense to push back the case again.
The motion to continue, is going to be denied. I will make concessions.
Both sides said they hoped to get more time to prep since they were waiting for a ruling on evidence. And just to clarify, the trial not starting next month, it will start this month. Originally, it was set to start July 15th. The judge said today that pushing it back slightly to start July 22nd, he hopes that opening statements start by July 25th. I'll send it back to you live tonight. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Randy, thank you.
So from there, I want to bring in an expert.
Oh, Nate snuck in there. So that's our update on Stearns. As far as we know, we go to trial on the 22nd in that case, if he makes it that far. And then September on the murder charge. Anything new comes down, we'll definitely take a look at any document. So there are some documents on there, Dolphin, that I do want to take a deep dive into, and we will do that.
Mm-hmm.
We will do that one day this week coming up, because Monday I'm going to do a good wrap-up, or the whole show will be about Crystal Rogers. And then after that, I want to start diving into some of those documents for sure. And then we're also working on some other stuff to bring. Now we're going to take a look at, so we went through, the update with Morphew over there, and no hearing until September when in the documents. And then we just got to catch up on Stern. So we're going to shift now over to just some updates on what's been going on since the big plea deal was signed. Let me pull my screen back up here. Okay, let me grab this. Where's that article at? Okay. And this was from, is it going to let me? Every single time. Why does it let me read an article, and then later when I go back, it's telling me they want me to pay to read their stupid article? Okay, let me pull it up. I may have to do it this way and read it. Let's see. Yeah. It's so weird that I can pull it up on my phone and read it, but on the computer it's like log in. Maybe I here. Hang on.
You know, you can
I
on your
got it.
phone you can send it to
Well,
your computer.
I just clicked log in and it let me log in
Oh, okay.
on my computer. Okay, let me bring up the article now so you guys can see it as well. That's with the Idaho Statesman. All right. Childhood friend. Ooh, get back up here. Childhood friends of Brian Koberger, who pled guilty on Wednesday to stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death in November of 2022, have tracked his murder case from afar, and they said they felt shocked. The former Pennsylvania resident suddenly agreed to a plea deal to spare his life. I won't lie, I kind of spiraled yesterday, said Casey Arntz, 32. Um, she told the Idaho Statements in a text on Thursday. Did he ever have thoughts like that before? Did he ever think that he wanted to kill me or my friends? Were we spared because we were friends with him? Now it's not going to let me read it from there.
Yep, gotta pay.
And I already read the whole thing this morning, though. I read it, the whole article, because this is
They
where I
probably gave you
saw.
one freebie.
Yeah, they did. They always sneak. That's what Idaho Statesman
Go
always
back up
does.
to the title.
So there is a yeah, because that teacher was in here. Disgusted. Brian Koberger's former friends and peers react to guilty murder plea by Kevin Fixler. Fixler was on with oh shoot, what's his name? He was just on someone's stream. I can't think of his name.
Who was just on somebody's stream?
Kevin Fixler.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know I feel bad because I know this. I've watched this stream. Let me pull it up on my thing here so I can see where I can tell you guys the name of it.
Oh, it's on a different website. Okay.
Oh, he was on Courtroom Confidential. Oh, I could not think of the channel's name, and
Whole
I watched
article's
him.
on spokesman.com.
Oh, is it?
Mhm.
You got it pulled up already? Spokesman.
Yep, I've got both of them. Actually, the whole Idaho Statesman, because this is my first time looking at it. It's up.
Okay.
Let me see where's the. Hold on, let me find the restream thingy so I can share. Mhm. This one? Yep. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. There we go.
Is this large enough for everyone to see?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, let me get that banner out of the way, Dolphin. Hold on.
Mhm.
There we go.
Okay. Where did you read down? Or you just want me to start over?
Yeah, you can start over because I didn't. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. That's the okay. Childhood friends of Brian Koberger, who pleaded guilty Wednesday to stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death in November 2022, have tracked his murder case from afar and said they felt shocked the former Pennsylvania resident suddenly agreed to a plea deal to spare his life. I won't lie, I kind of spiraled yesterday, Casey Arnst, 32, told the Idaho Statesman in a text Thursday. Did he ever have thoughts like that before? Did he ever think that he wanted to kill me or my friends? Were we spared because we were friends with him? Arnst and her younger brother, Thomas, grew up together with Koberger in the Pocono Mountains near the Pennsylvania state line with New Jersey Pennsylvania state line with New Jersey among a small circle of friends. They spent time together playing video games after school as well as getting outdoors in the heavily forested region. Sorry, y'all, my glasses are dirty. I've got
Oh, you're good.
wipes.
I throw no judgment.
As Koberger got into drugs in high school, they said a distance developed. Koberger later overcame a heroin addiction. With the sporadic exception, they hadn't spoken in years, which made his arrest at his parents' Pennsylvania home in December 2022 so startling. He had been their awkward, chubby teenage friend with heightened ability to observe and wit to match, they said. Hold on, let me wipe these lenses really quick. Jesus.
Girl.
These, I've only had these glasses for, I don't know, maybe 3 months or something, and they're slightly larger. The larger lenses, they just get,
Hmm.
you know, like if you have a oily T-zone or whatever, it's like they get,
Yeah.
yeah, oily
I'm
fast or
always
whatever.
telling myself, why can't I see it? I'm like, oh shit, my glasses are dirty. That's
Mm-hmm.
it's a really
Mm,
good reason.
yeah. Um, Now he was accused of killing four students on the other side of the country in a nationally known investigation that unimaginably ended in their hometown. The victims were Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, both 21, and Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, both 20. Each suffered multiple wounds in the attack at an off campus home on King Road in Moscow, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson told the court Wednesday. Um, Damn, I don't even have a bottle of water around here either. My mouth is dry, y'all. Sorry.
You want to go grab
Um,
a water? We can wait.
let's see. Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Yeah,
I'll
you
be
go
right
right
back.
ahead. Go right ahead, girl. You're good. I understand. It's hard when you're reading a lot. You're like, I need a drink. I was about to choke a second ago. Um, guys, thank you for coming in. If y'all don't mind, hit the like button. We'd appreciate it. Coming in and getting caught up. Hope y'all are all having a good day and good weather so you can enjoy your Fourth of July. Yeah, Rachel Ritter, that's his name. Thank you. I couldn't remember. I don't know why. Because I think I call them what their channel names are, right? And I could not remember Courtroom Confidential to save my life. And I just watched some of that this morning. You get wipes on. Sometimes, Rachel, I would buy the wipes. I have the spray right now, but the wipes are so convenient. But then again, I should have prescription lenses, but I'm running around with dollar store readers because I'm too lazy to go to the doctor. I broke my glasses, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I should have. I got these right before my birthday, and I was gonna have them remake them, but I had to go on my trip, and
Mm,
I didn't, and now it's too late. So,
yeah. I need to quit being lazy and go. I'm probably doing way more damage to my eyes than,
yeah.
you know. So y'all know my struggle's real when I don't know what I'm reading because I can't really see it.
Mm, mm.
Y'all gonna get
Oh,
tired
this is
of this.
good.
Y'all gonna order my ass to the doctor one day. You're gonna be, look, what's part of your struggle?
I got black cherry seltzer water from Polar.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
black cherry. I haven't had black cherry. I used to drink like that when I was a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my God, I haven't had that in a long time.
Yeah, and it is ice cold because I keep my
Oh,
refrigerator
yes.
uh, really on a low temp. I
Yep,
think like
me too.
33 degrees, damn near freezing what's in the refrigerator.
Sometimes I get that issue on somebody will put them. I don't drink milk, but the kids do, whatever. But they'll
Mm-hmm.
put that little milk toward the back, and
Mm-hmm.
and then it won't get touched for a couple of days because nobody's really using it. I go to get it to cook with or something, and there's ice floating around in the milk. I'm like, dude, but I like my beverages super cold
Oh,
and
Zeiss
food.
wipes. Oh, thanks, Rachel. I'll try and order some. I just saw her comment.
I usually buy a box of wipes, and they're very convenient, and
Mm-hmm.
I have them on the desk. But last time I bought a bottle of spray instead. Then I'm thinking, well, I missed my wipes, though they were so convenient. So yeah, I got to get a box too. Rachel's a good reminder. We'll keep them. No excuses, huh, Rachel? If we get us a box of damn wipes and put them by our desk, we'll be good to go.
Oh, I mean, I've got a whole drawer here at the desk full of them.
I don't have any. I'm out of
But
the little wipes, but I do have
mm-hmm.
my big bottle of cleansers right here.
Yep, I get the box of packets, and I've got a spray bottle somewhere. But
Y'all, those of y'all that have little ones in the house or youngsters around, have y'all ever heard of something called
does a
twinkle
dog count?
toes? What?
I said, does a dog count?
This is a toy. These little kids get these crazy little toys. This one's called Twinkle Toes, and my grandson bought this little thing, and you get like a surprise in it. You don't know what you're going to get, but what they turned out, and I was like, "Why'd you buy a girl thing?" He's like, "It wasn't supposed to be a girl thing, Grandma, but what it is they're a company that makes little tiny things, and it's Skechers, tennis Skechers shoes."
Love those.
And they're in a fun I do too, I love my Skechers. They're in a little cute little box, like you are like that unboxing, and when you take them out, they're a complete replica of the actual Skechers. But they're
Oh,
like little ones, and they have a little cool Skechers hat. I'm gonna have to take a picture and post for you guys. I'm like, I'm in love. He's like, "Grandma, you can have them because 'cause you're a girl." They sit
hmm
here on my desk with us, guys. I gotta show you all these shoes. They're fucking adorable. I don't know where they come up with this money making scheme shit for these kids.
I bought two pairs of Skechers sandals for my trip,
Uh-huh.
and they were so comfortable.
The
I don't think
Skechers
I'll buy
sandals,
the
really?
sandals. I don't think
Okay.
I'll ever buy another brand.
Well, okay, because I am hooked on my Skechers sneakers, and I
hmm
have not tried their sandals yet.
Yep, I have some sneakers too by them, which I love. So,
I
yeah, the
know.
sandals are amazing.
Oh
And
my
I have all my back pain and
Yeah, that
issues, and
exactly. That's what I'm
amazing.
screaming. Girl, thank you, because I'm gonna have to
As
get
long as you don't, I guess, have any other problems with your feet, I couldn't, tell you because, I don't have like flat feet or fallen arches or whatever,
well, no, I don't have any
other
of that,
things.
but
But
I have a bone in my left foot. If I don't
hmm
wear good shoes,
hmm
it's bad where I can't walk. But so my Skechers are the only shoe that I wear comfortably. I do have a pair of
hmm
Nike flip-flops that work good, but I'm tired of them and I want something new, so I need to try them Skechers sandals.
I'll
Now,
link you what I got.
yeah,
They were
yeah, do
so
that.
cute.
That's cool. Sorry, guys,
hmm
we got sidetracked.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I brought
I
up
don't
these
normally. I've been drinking water while we've been talking,
my cute
so
little shoes were sitting here, and that just led me astray, and that's here we are. Okay, so back to the
okay.
article.
Where do we have? Da, 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 da. Oh, okay. I think I was right here. Koberger brought the knife. Brought the knife. Oh, okay. Brought the knife and K-Bar brand leather sheath, um, which he left behind with his DNA at the crime scene, with him on his move a few months later to Pullman for a PhD program at Washington State University. On Wednesday, Koberger pleaded guilty to the 4 counts of first degree murder and a count of felony burglary to avoid a possible death sentence at trial. He agreed to maximum sentences for each, which is likely to see him spend the rest of his life in prison. Koberger will have no chance of parole and he can never file an appeal, according to the terms of the agreement. A sentencing hearing is scheduled for July 23rd. Donna Yazwiak, Koberger's high school guidance counselor, reacted with surprise. Actually, I was hoping that he was not the murderer who killed these 4 students, she said in an email to the Statesman. I hope that his family will survive this horrendous ordeal and be able to get on with their lives. I also hope that the victims' relatives gain much needed closure and heal after this tragedy. As a society, we may never know the motivation for the murders or if Brian Koberger has any remorse for his violent actions. Mm-mm-mm. I think we kind of know that already.
Mhm.
Um, Let the inside deal with him. hmm
Yeah, we saw.
Koberger's. Oh,
Mm,
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just thinking out loud. We saw where you're going, dude. We saw where you're going.
Mm-hmm. Koberger's admissions in court finally put any question of his culpability to bed for Jack Bayless, 31,
Mm,
another of their group of friends at the time. You wouldn't plead guilty to it unless you did that, he said in a phone interview Thursday. If you were framed, you'd be fighting tooth and nail. Koberger's decisions,
I said, yeah. I
you
mean,
would think so. Yeah. Koberger's decisions to take people's lives was additionally disheartening, he said, because he had kicked his drug habit and seemingly had a life direction. But the desire to learn about people who commit murder, an area of interest for Koberger, took hold, and he likely wanted to see whether he could get away with the perfect crime, Bayless said. Yeah, I
Yeah, that
agree.
makes me wonder the way he worded that,
Hmm.
if you were framed, you wouldn't take a plea. Did some of them
Hmm.
wonder in the back of their minds, is our old friend really the guy or was he really framed?
Mm.
If they were if they're following the case, right, and looking
Hmm.
at what Ann Taylor has suggested and things like that. That's what I was wondering if they still just wondered is, maybe he wasn't so bad, then now they're going, "Oh shit, he really was." Just like he suspected. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Um, oh, I think he did it to see what it felt like, to experience it. If he wanted to write a paper about what killers feel and why they kill to be accurate, you have to experience it yourself to truly understand it, Bayless said. To get into the mind of a killer, you have to be a killer, would be my guess. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's good. Casey Arnst told the Statesman she had conflicting emotions about how, after 2.5 years of legal proceedings, her former friend acknowledged he was responsible for the early morning quadruple homicide, perhaps the most talked about crime in Idaho history. She felt for the victims' families, especially those upset that the death penalty was no longer an option with the plea bargain, but welcomed the case nearing its conclusion. I'm disgusted that he could actually do something so heinous, she said. I understand why the families are so upset. They were starved for justice, and I would 100% be too. However, there was never any guarantee that he'd be given the death penalty. So I think him taking the plea deal was better for everyone. I agree with her. Um, he's locked up for life. Let the inside deal with him. Oh,
Yep.
shoot. So that came from Casey.
Mhm.
Yeah. He looks like a shark right there.
I know. You know
Like
he'll
the stare.
you know what else it looks like?
Hmm.
Papa Rogers.
Yeah.
That
And
haircut. I
and
mean,
Timothy McVeigh, that haircut.
oh my
Hmm.
god, it is the Timothy McVeigh haircut, isn't it?
I mean, and on actually look at his features. Like his face is
Mhm.
kind of angular and everything too.
Just like
Go
Timothy
back and pull
McVeigh.
up an old Timothy McVeigh photo.
You ain't
Hmm.
lying, girl. And those of
Yeah.
you not old enough like me, I'm old enough to remember. So, yeah, there is a similarity there.
Hmm.
But damn, he looks a lot like Papa Roger.
Yep.
So weird. That's another weird aspect to this case. Was he or wasn't he? We need that answered as well.
Hmm.
Too much speculation out there. Were you Papa Rogers?
It's going to be in one of those search warrants.
You know it is. With
Hmm.
those meta warrants,
Those
right?
meta warrants. Hmm.
Mhm. And I'm so curious to know if he really was Papa Roger.
Yeah. Mm. Thomas Arnst, 29, shared his sister's sentiments. The result Wednesday removed any chance his childhood friend could be acquitted and get away with murder, he said. I personally feel relieved with the acceptance of the guilty plea, Arndt told the Statesman, adding he would pray for the four victims' families. I am deeply sorry that Brian's parents have to live with this as well. I've always thought they were kind people and they didn't deserve this. And for Brian, God have mercy on his soul. Excuse me. He was kind of non existent. For Ben Roberts, 33, a former criminology graduate school colleague of Koberger's at WSU, Wednesday's guilty pleas felt past due. The U.S. justice system is built upon the belief that a person is innocent until proven guilty, he said, and yet his former classmate's DNA at the crime scene, with no other suspects, strengthened his own suspicions. Still, Koberger's arrest left him horrified, he recalled. What surprises me at this point is that it dragged out so long, as I thought that a plea deal would never be reached, Roberts told the Statesman by phone Thursday. My general impression was he was not going to stop fighting it, and to all of a sudden have this about face was very surprising, but a pleasant surprise. Roberts spent several weeks just a few desks away from Koberger in the days leading up to the close of the fall 2022 semester, just days and weeks after the murders. His graduate school classmate rarely exhibited much in the way of emotion around him, but also did not necessarily set off any red flags, he said. I noticed that unless he was deliberately trying to put on an appearance, if he didn't have the mask, he was kind of non existent, or hollow, I guess, Roberts said. It's kind of like you're staring into an abyss and there's something human supposed to be there and it isn't. Yeah, wow, that's deep. Um, a casual hunter, Roberts said he's felt bad in the past when he shot and killed a deer. He said he couldn't even fathom stabbing a person to death. I just can't even begin to get inside the head of somebody who could do something like that and then attend class like it's business as usual, Roberts said. That's just completely alien to me. Ooh, the look on Anne's face. And
I
then look at him.
look at the way
It's
he looks at her.
yeah.
Hmm. I noticed that. I was watching them in court to see
Mhm.
the interaction, and
Mhm.
Anne just seems so. I don't know how the right word to be to describe her that day would be.
She
Defeated.
had a few smiles here and there, but
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, when Firefly and I watched it, we were watching it again, and I said, "Look at his attorneys. All
Hmm.
three of them just look shell shocked."
They did.
And Alyssa Massoud,
Hmm.
she looked like she was being held hostage. She instead of having her elbows on the armrest, she had her arms down in front of the armrest,
Yep.
like so she was trapped in the chair, and her arms were up against the sides of the
Yep.
armrest. She looked like she was being held hostage, and she didn't move,
Didn't
and like
move.
she barely moved, and she barely blinked.
I know.
So I just kind of wondered, and I asked Firefly, I said, do you think that maybe something just happened? They all three of them looked like something just like something ugly went down or whatever. So I'm just wondering when they were discussing the plea deal and everything, or whatever, if they had a problem with him trying to get him, like a real hard time trying to get him to accept this or something. They just like go back and watch the
Oh, I
hearing again,
I
because
I observed
for
it.
other people who maybe didn't
Yeah.
look at the
Yeah.
lawyers at the
Hmm.
table with him, because most everybody focused on him.
Yeah, I was focused on all of them.
Mhm.
I watched their movements, were they making expressions, their
Mhm.
demeanor, because I've watched them in court so many times already. I got a good baseline. So
Mhm.
I was observing them, and they were very, I don't know if defeated was the word, if I don't really know how to describe it, but you're right. There was just something odd about it. Not that I
Mhm.
don't think by no means this guy was not coerced into anything, but I think reality slapped him in the face, and there was something.
Mhm.
There was something, and I don't know if it was just the parents having to testify, if it had even involved them at all, or if it was just him and all the overwhelming facts they cannot fight. But also, what kind of humiliation did they feel, if any? Because they
Mhm.
stood there in court. It's one thing to fight hard for your client, but to stand there and emphatically, he's not guilty. We're going to prove this and that, and conspiracy this and that, planted sheath, and now you're sitting here taking a plea deal.
Mhm.
I also wonder if that, because I'm thinking about it as from an attorney point of view, not just other stuff as well. So I don't know what the problem was. If it was just attorneys feeling like fuck, or if there was something more,
Mhm.
that triggered it. Something triggered it like that.
Yeah.
It feels like, right, so
Mhm.
quickly, because it was so unexpected, and the all the y'all know the things we were getting ready to go to trial.
Mhm.
Um, People wondered throughout any case, is there going to be a plea deal? But you just never saw it coming in this case because of how hard those attorneys were going for innocence, and how they were going to prove it. Through the state's own evidence, they were going to prove it, Ann Taylor said. And boy, she got everybody believing her. So I wondered if part of it was humiliation. I don't know.
Because I mean, even with Alyssa or Elisa, I forgot how you pronounce her first name. She always had that weird smile when she
Uh-huh.
was in court. She's just and which was it was inappropriate because I was just like,
Yeah.
what is she grinning about? Like
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
she's reliving jokes in her head or something.
Yeah.
I mean, like no matter what the subject matter was
She was
in court, she had
superior.
that weird smile.
She wanted to act like to me, it was like she wanted to make it appear she knows and sees things we don't see yet, and she's gonna show us.
Hmm.
That's the impression I got from her, but she never brought it.
No. Mm.
Not ever. And, remember with that fiasco with the IGG lady,
Hmm.
Vargas, getting up there and testifying at that one hearing,
Yeah.
at that one hearing, and then the FBI allegedly shows up on her door.
Knocking on her door.
She's
Yeah.
over there doing a live with Truth and Transparency, and FBI's at the door, beating down the door. It's a bunch of shit, with this case that it's just never made sense or made people think more odd things were going on. Firefly says that she would put money on the fact that he's not Papa Roger. Haha, we should. What we're gonna bet like $1. I'd hate to lose to her. I don't know if he is or not, but I find here's
Oh,
the
I'll take that bet. Cause she and I are gonna be at CrimeCon. Lunch
oh
or
bet
dinner.
y'all have one on me. Oh,
Yeah, dinner.
here,
Cause lunch will be, I guess, provided or whatever at the thing. Or
y'all need to
I don't
FaceTime
know.
me during that dinner. Wait, I don't have the iPhone. We'll do something, but I want to be there at that.
Yeah.
I'll be there in
And
spirit.
cocktails.
Oh
I'm not
yeah.
a cheap date, Firefly.
Oh, she's not. She likes that expensive dinner and them expensive ass cocktails. This is Dolphin we're talking about, not me.
You think disappointment?
Yeah,
Oh man, she looks scared. Yeah.
scared. Like in what way? Like of him?
Yeah, I mean, actually, honestly, even Anne was not leaning towards him. Every time she
Oh
went to
no.
go sit back, she kept sitting back, like away from him, and she was sliding the chair a little bit. Like, I know the wheels roll and everything, but
You think?
she was not,
Oh,
yeah.
right, right. So do you wonder that it would during their talk with him in negotiation with about this plea, do you think he ever got aggressive with them? He can't help it. Remember, he's got this and this and that and that, and they got red flags every fucking where, and
Yeah.
he's triggered so easily. Do you think he ever got aggressive with them? And that's when she's like, "Fuck this dude."
Something definitely happened. I mean,
Right.
when I get through reading this article, I'm gonna pull up the photo or like a screenshot of them in court. Like, so
Mhm. Well,
like,
there's one I saw where she's totally, definitely smiling at him, but she's not.
right.
It was like a brief
But it's
engagement.
a tight smile, though.
Cordial,
You know what I
right?
mean?
It's like a
Like,
cordial.
there's no teeth showing. I don't think. Was
No,
she?
no.
Yeah.
It was like a cordial smile. That's what I took it to be because I did watch
Yes, like
their interactions.
Butterfly said, like she didn't want to be near him. I
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
tell you, Elisa was like, I'm being held hostage. Or like she was trying to make herself smaller, like, okay, maybe he won't notice me or something. Just the way she was sitting in the chair was like unnatural and should have been uncomfortable too, and
Yeah.
she didn't move. you
Mm,
know that's what really
she did. She
caught my
just sat there
attention.
like a statue. She was
Hmm.
so stern, just sitting there. Um, but I've wondered before because Anne seemed to get a little more distant and not
Hmm.
quite hone in on the he's
She did.
phrases
Hmm.
as much.
Hmm.
Um, she started to grow like it felt like, and I wonder if some of that testing that they were doing and all the things and being so close and
Started to reveal
contact,
some more things.
right? And did he ever get aggressive? I'm sure that he couldn't. If he's aggressive like that by nature, right, especially with women, or if he's
Hmm.
so, she even said in one of the hearings how sometimes it was hard to talk with him because you got to explain it 1,000 different ways, basically, is what she was saying. And
Excuse me.
but I always wondered, when did he start showing signs of aggression toward her? Now that's allegedly, guys, I am speculating, but I feel like he started showing signs of aggression at some point, and that was a red flag for her. And I don't know if it kind of got worse here toward the end, getting prepared for trial. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to imagine. We saw his behavior at the what was it? The intersection
Hmm.
traffic stop on WSU's campus or
Yeah.
whatever, where he's like, "No, what had actually happened was," and he said that more than once,
Yes, he
because
did.
he said it for some other thing that we saw too. Um, and him having to have the last word.
Yep.
Could you imagine, like take that little snippet that we saw and multiply it by like 1,000,
Oh yeah,
because in this situation it was
yeah.
so much more serious. Could you imagine trying to deal with him?
Yeah, we just watched that whole thing again on Joe's live because he got that body
Mhm.
cam for you thingy.
Mhm.
So we watched it again over there, and just that whole interaction again, and the way he continued to question her once she stated the fact and told him the law. Then he wants to see it, right? And
Mhm.
she actually pulls up. We were looking at it, the things she pulled up, and she was showing it to Koberger, and it's got the statutes. Anyway, one of the things you could get pulled over for it there was embracing in the car. Like if you're embraced with your other significant other, they're going to pull you over
Mhm.
for embracing. We were just laughing about the little different things you get pulled over for. And here
Mhm.
Koberger is arguing about the pull-out law. This is what I'm calling it,
Right.
the pull-out law. But yeah, so if he got that way with an officer over a traffic situation, imagine how he's going to get with Ann Taylor over his life,
I
right?
can't wait to see the seat belt one though in Moscow,
Yeah. So
because
hope,
he was worse,
yeah.
apparently, and that's why they wanted to redact it. It was they showed it in court.
Well, they were all,
Remember?
yeah, and they were going to redact things about it
Mhm.
that presented like a prior bad act type thing as to why he got pulled over to start with and things like that. So I don't know what if he got combative during that stop, if he got all questiony, right?
He did. He
Did he
said, they said he asked the officer, does he feel, what did he say? Does he feel people are
Oh,
lying to him, or how does he feel if
yeah,
people lie to him or whatever about, having their seatbelt on or whatever.
right.
And,
It was in that document.
yeah, he went on and on with the officer apparently. Um,
Um,
and oh, and he wasn't trying to give his phone number up, remember?
right. He went. That's right. He asked if
Hmm.
was he required to give the number up and things like that.
Sounds like he was testy.
Yeah, because you have to remember when he was, studying criminology over at DeSales under Ramsland, and also was taking some because they teach a lot of the criminal justice stuff in criminology. Then he goes on to WSU to start that full-on criminology or criminal justice, which is what you do before pre-law, right? That's like pre-law. You can after once you graduate with that criminal justice degree, you can go into many different fields, law enforcement, the law itself, whatever. Um, but the criminology teaches you that psychological side of the study. So I'll combine
Yeah,
all
well,
that
he had
together.
his undergrad in
So
psychology too.
exactly. So he would
Mhm.
know what type of legal questioning, you know what I mean, to kind of skirt the law or to test the law, press it. So if he can do that with officers about traffic situations, my seatbelt, my phone number, why are you stopping me? Is this illegal? I'm pulling out in traffic. What is he doing with an attorney fighting death penalty stuff? Is he going and suggesting his own stuff, right?
Of
Um,
course.
exactly.
Mhm. This guy
I would
wasn't sitting
suggest
back meek and mild during
hell
any
no.
of these,
No.
strategy sessions and whatnot.
And you can bet when she was going through the early stages of moving through the evidence, he's telling her also and agreeing with her and telling her, go ahead and get this, get that, get these training reports, in which she's going to be standard to do that. But even down to the chain of custody type stuff and the crime scene photos, he probably looked at those crime scene photos intently.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? He probably studied those. Where did I go wrong? Where was my mistake that instant I left that sheath? What he's probably reliving that shit while they were showing him crime scene photos of the crime he committed. Sick. Oh, just think about that for a freaking minute. Damn. Did she ever truly ever once believe this guy didn't do it? Or did she go in innocent till proven guilty, and as the discovery starts coming, remember how the big deal, everybody kept getting in an uproar. We got 1,000, you know, documents in here asking for more discovery, more discovery. Ann Taylor's asking for discovery. Ann's always asking for discovery. The state's hiding. And then she'd walk into court the next time we see her and, Your Honor, I've received everything. I'm not saying the state's hiding. Well, bitch, you did it a couple weeks ago in your document,
Yeah.
and now you got the whole internet on fire because they think the state of Idaho is still holding documents from you. In fact, you just filed one recently. Was your how many motions was she up to now in discovery? 27, 22, something or other. People are making a big deal out of that one again. Like, I'm so over them damn discovery motions from Ann Taylor. They're never going to end. But what did come down was the documents that Koberger signed. And for some reason, they duplicated it and entered it twice. The miscellaneous.
Yeah, on two different days. Let me finish reading this article.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
want
You
to
go, you
make
go
some
right ahead.
tea. Let me see. So there's this photo. Um, okay, Roberts said he did not watch Wednesday's change of plea hearing. He didn't want to hear Koberger's voice or see his face again, even though the latter has been difficult to escape the past 2 years, he noted. He was glad the high profile case finally came to an end and without the need for a months long trial. The first thing I said was that it was about damn time that the poor thing was put to rest, Roberts said. We will heal. For now, the court's gag order in the closely watched case, which restricts attorneys and their agents, including members of law enforcement for the state, is still in effect. Thompson asked that it remain so through sentencing, which Koberger's defense did not oppose. What? Sentence, bad sentence. Sorry. The University of Idaho released a statement this week after word broke that Koberger planned to change his plea to guilty in the shocking crime. Why did the University of Idaho release a statement about him planning to change his plea? Okay. Whatever. We keep the families of the victims in our hearts as each deals with this outcome in their own way, the state's namesake university wrote in the statement. We will never forget the 4 incredible lives taken on King Road. They are forever Vandals, and each holds a place in our Vandal family. Since that fateful day in November 2022, our university has become stronger, more intent on its purpose, and more supportive of each other. And while we will not forget, we will heal. So that's their PR statement, basically. Similarly, Moscow Mayor Art Buttigieg, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, in office in 2022 when the murders took place and upended the community, shared optimism that the city's residents might finally be freed from the clutches of the tragic incident. I recognize and understand that we all desire justice for the victims and their families, he said in an emailed statement. My heart and that of our entire community go out to the families of the victims. It is my hope that this resolution can begin to provide a small measure of closure for the families and our community. What is clear is that no matter what form of justice would have taken, nothing will bring back Ethan, Madison, Xana, and Kaylee, and our world will be forever darkened because of it. WSU's comment after Koberger's hearing was more succinct. A statesman requests to speak with professors in its criminal justice and criminology department who knew and taught Koberger, including the semester he killed the U of I students, was again declined. Oh wow, WSU doesn't want anything to do with it. Our hearts go out to the families, friends, and colleagues impacted, WSU's statement read. We do not have anything to add at this time. It's Sorry. Oh boy. After Wednesday's hearing, one main question remains for everyone, including the victims' families. Why? Why did Brian Koberger choose to take these four young lives, thereby essentially also ending his own to some degree? That question was on the mind of Casey Arnst, Koberger's Pennsylvania friend, thrust into the spotlight and forced to deal with her own form of grief over the past 2+ years. I wasn't as close to him as my brother or my other friends, but we still hung out and talked a lot, she said. He was in my parents' house. I was alone with him. I guess the one thing I would say to him is what everyone wants to say to him. Why would you do this? Why would you take the innocent lives of four beautiful people? I can't even begin to imagine what he would say. How does someone justify their actions when they're so morbid? Oof, yeah. Oh, that's it.
Mm.
Yeah, that's it. Let me try to see. Let me see something really quick. So it's this thing. Oh, what?
What?
Sorry. Do you see
What?
my screen?
Let me blow it up here. Yeah. Oh,
Harsh. Erotomania and obsession. The
what the?
specialists know why Brian Koberger killed 17 minutes ago. Jesus.
They know why he killed? Is that what it said?
Yeah, why he killed.
So is he conceding
So
that it's
erotomania and
true?
obsession.
Oh, well, let's flip the script now. What?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Harsh is still going, huh?
I haven't watched that dude in so long. Ugh. Okay.
I just was trying to find a screenshot really quick.
Hmm.
How many days ago was it? What's
2,
today?
3,
Oh, so today's Friday, right? So
yeah,
yeah, 2 days ago.
2.
Where did they put the 27 minutes? Where is it?
What are you looking for?
The actual plea video.
Oh,
Maybe it's under their lives. 3 days ago. This one. Okay. I just wanted to get to. So you see how Anne is, right?
hmm.
Angled way over. Every time she got up, she kept rolling back a little bit. Let me see.
Possible consequences to him.
Just turn on the volume so I could see
decision this
where.
court, 13th, 2022.
For the traffic stop, entered the residence, went to the third floor, and where the defendant
The week of at least my preliminary decision.
I tell you what. Let me take some time and
Okay.
find it. When I
You're
get
good.
to it, I'll put this
Okay.
back up.
That'll work. All right. In the meantime, guys, all they did was we're going to look at some other stuff too, but I want to show you this quickly. All right. So I don't think I posted this to the community tab yet. I got another document. Okay. So this was the written factual basis. And it's just lays out the charges again. I hereby admit responsibility to count 1. This is the burglary. And then count 2 was the murder in the first degree, and it lists, of course, the date. And this one is for Madison, and then, of course, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, and they all say the same thing, obviously. And, of course, dated July 1st, 2025, and it was signed by Brian Koberger. And that is the last document that came up on the docket, and they actually duplicated it and put it in there twice for some reason. I'm assuming that was a mistake, but that's all that's come down since we've had the hearing. So now I will go and pull up. We had a couple of things we can take a look at and watch and have some conversations about as well. Let's see. Okay, let me get where I need to be. Past that. Okay, so Howard Bloom, we all know, we've been talked about it here a little bit on the channel. He has written, he wrote the book. Dolphin has the book. He wrote the book though,
Yeah, like
like a
audio
while.
copy.
Yeah, so he originally wrote the book when Dolphin, when was it he first came out with his book?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you.
It was
It's
over
I've
a
had it
year
for a
ago.
long time.
Yeah, it was like over a year ago, right? At least a year ago. He started writing the book not long after the crimes, and he was investigating it. And so um, ex, excerpts have come out on the book over time. Megan, was it Megan Kelly? She has him on there a lot, and he always talks about the stuff from the book on her show. He does articles for Airmail, and talks a little bit about what's in the book. And then, of course, the book itself is out. And he's been talking for quite a while. And I think he has another book in the works. But anyway, he's making the rounds on a couple of talk shows now. The thing about Bloom is always got from sources, right? But a lot of the things he has said, and we knew some of his sources, and we were like a little bit about one or two of them, but the rest I couldn't tell you who they are. And a lot of the things he has talked about, some seem to have panned out, right? Some of it maybe not exactly the way he thought or theorized, but close enough. Dolphin, how do you feel about him now that you've read a lot of the book and you evaluated things? Do you think he's been pretty accurate or pretty close?
Um, yeah, I think his book. I think he has been fairly accurate or whatever. There's a lot of stuff in the book that like still hasn't really come out or whatever.
Yeah.
But I just think that what doesn't make him look good is when he goes on these interviews, and I think he's excited. You know, he's an old man, so I think
Right.
he's like excited to be back out there or whatever again, and he fumbles, and he
Yes.
misstates certain things that he's actually written differently in the book. He flubs and gets
Okay.
some of the details
No, that's
wrong.
good feedback,
You
because
know,
I kind
so
of, that's good feedback, because you can tell when I'm watching him, I kind of get that impression, right? So
right.
that might be happening. So that's good to know as we take a look at some of the things he has said. Now he, of course, okay, so this one is a 12-minute, and hold on, it's like I said, guys, when somebody interviews somebody, I'm not really looking at the person doing the interview. There's people I know that cannot go watch anything because of the person doing the interview. I just set them down. They're no count to me. I need to watch the person being interviewed. So if
Yeah,
you
I'm not
have
a
a,
fan of
yeah,
Megan Kelly, but
if
I
you
will
have a,
watch, the
yeah,
interview.
exactly. I'm no fan. I've never been like, oh, I'm going to go watch Megan Kelly or whatever her name is, but I see her shit pop up on my YouTube feed, and if it's about Koberger's case, and of course I'm going to go look at it and see if there's anything to it. But I know she has him on a lot. So here's her interview, and the guy from, oh shit, y'all will recognize him if you are into true crime and you watch a lot of stuff. I feel bad that I can't remember his name now, because I have seen him around. Who's he on a lot? He's somewhere talking about the Stearns case as well.
You had information yesterday that you sent me.
The guy in the middle, what's his name? Do y'all recognize him? Because he's on a
I
lot of
forgot his name. I'm just now starting to see him
yeah.
here and there.
Yeah, he's on a couple of shows. I can't remember the ones he is on all the time. So anyway, this is Megan Kelly's interview with him and with Howard Bloom, and this just happened like a day yesterday, I think it was, or 2 days ago. Anyway, I'll let this play, and while it's playing, I'm going to take a break and run to the restroom and grab a drink, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Let me mute out, and I'll hit go.
I read it to the audience. There's speculation about what may have led him to plead regarding his parents. And let me just give you this bit of information from the courtroom about Kohlberger's parents, and then you can fill things in, Howard. Brian Enton of News Nation's reporting as follows. Brian Kohlberger's parents are not crying, but they look sad, unlike their son, who looks stone cold. He admitted it all. I'm sitting behind his parents. So the parents were there today, maybe not his sisters from the sound of it, I'm not sure, but his parents were there. And that leads me back to Steve Gonsalves, because outside the courthouse this morning, he had a couple of odd comments. I mean, odd in that I didn't fully understand them, about asking the news media to go check out when Brian Kohlberger's father bought his plane tickets to come out. Do we have that soundbite, you guys? We can play it. Stand by. Here it is.
Do you have any message for Kohlberger's family?
Yeah, what do you want Kohlberger to do?
We know when you flew out here. We know. We have your flight records.
How are you preparing to see him today?
I'm not going to see him.
When you say you know the flight records, what do you mean, Steve?
I know when his parents booked their flight. When his father did.
What does that mean?
You'll find out.
Would you like to say something to them?
No, I don't care about it.
Wait a minute.
The rest of your family went inside. Is it important for them to be in there
Salty, are you still AFK?
Yeah, for sure.
Where are you going? Are you not able to
I'm
get
getting out of this suit.
You're not staying in?
No, I'm not going in.
First of all, it's remarkable because he's usually very composed, and you can see today was tough for him. But what do you make of Kohlberger's family, their presence there, and what, if any, role they had in his reversal? Because all along, the word had been he's not taking a plea. He wants to go to trial.
What I discovered in the course of my reporting, that early on, Ann Taylor had a sense that this is a case that she would like to get a plea deal. She approached Kohlberger and discussed it with him. This was before there was the alternate perpetrator ruling that was ruled out.
Sorry, Dolphin. What was that again? Because I had a comment right too.
That's okay. When I saw you typing, I was like, oh, you're probably away from the computer still.
Yeah.
It just hit me when I was listening to him say that. Because I was like, how would he know, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bank records, the parents' bank records were subpoenaed. He's seen the bank records.
Exactly.
Or somebody told him that it's in the bank records exactly when Michael paid for that ticket.
Exactly. I honed in on that. As soon as he said that, I was like, wait, what, Steve? Please stop talking in circles and just elaborate, you know? So yeah, I picked up on that as well. And now I'm so super curious about that, as usual. Forrest says he's the one who wrote the Book of Red Rum. Blum? Yeah, he's got what was the name of the book you're reading right now, Dolphin?
It's When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders.
Yeah.
It's on Amazon, $12.99 for Kindle. I did
you
not
go.
pay for it. Audiobook is free if you try like a little membership for their audio.
There
I
you
got it
go.
off of Scribd. So.
Well, there you go. Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Well, I will hit play again on this. And actually.
And he said no, because his mother was insisting that she did not want her son
Yeah, so Donnie says some believe BK told his parents at 6 a.m. on the 13th. And Blum will talk about that. We don't know what he told his mama at 6 a.m. on the 13th, but he told her something, dude. Yeah. Donnie, do you know Kohlberger?
to admit to guilt of these crimes. Maybe she didn't believe he was guilty or whatever. Then it seems, and this is what I've been told, this is what has been suggested to me, that it's a matter of record that after the murders, on 6 a.m., he called for an hour at the parents' home in Pennsylvania at 6 a.m. He spoke with his mother, not his father. It was suggested that the state was now going to call the mother to the stand and want to find out what was said during that phone call. That caused Kohlberger, as it was reported to me, a great deal of distress. He did not want this to become public. He also did not want, it was brought up to him, that his father would have to testify, perhaps on the stand, about what was said during their cross-country trip that I write about in great detail in my book and in the airmail articles. He wanted that to be kept secret too. So part of the reason I've been told that he finally agreed to tell his team, try to see if we can get a plea deal, was that he wanted to keep his parents from testifying. He didn't want them to be put in a situation that might leave them in some sort of jeopardy, might impugn their reputations in the community. He was trying to protect them. That led him
well, that's
to
that's
make this
interesting.
deal.
What you just said, because I struggled with this yesterday, asking how can a sociopath who takes the lives so easily of 4 innocents then have empathy for his parents? Like, well, gee, I don't want that. But maybe it's not empathy. It's that I don't want them to be in the position of like going to jail. I'm human being enough to say I don't want them becoming like the parents of that guy down in Florida, Brian Landry, who killed Gabby Petito. And it was very clear the parents knew what their son had done. They denied it, but they've become the scourges of the nation because it was very clear that they let Gabby Petito's parents suffer while they knew their son had done something terrible.
These are the only anchors he has for the rest of his life in jail. He wants to protect them. If he can get out of this quickly, everyone wants to just get this over with and move on. And that's why I also find so distressing that the judge allowed this gag order to stay in place till after everything is done. So everything that reporters might find out would become ancient history by the time it gets out there.
Well, I mean, they haven't been able to stop you, Howard. It's been incredible, the scoops you've gotten that we've then watched come alive as the case went on. Scoop after scoop would be verified later as I think in some of the cases, law enforcement got more bold about releasing some of their things. And let me just ask you to follow up on that, Howard. On that Dateline special that had so many previously unknown details, do you think that was law enforcement cooperating with Dateline? Do you think there was some disgruntled cop who was like, this thing's not going the way I want it to go, and I got to make sure this stuff gets out there?
I participated in that special.
Yeah, you were in it.
So, I really don't want to comment on it and say about any of the sourcing on it. I think it would be unfair to my involvement in there. But just the producers did a tremendous job. They really broke this case open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting. All right, I'm going to text you offline, and then I'll get back to my audience in a way that's reportable. Okay, Phil Holloway joins us.
Do you think that with that Dateline and how damaging it really was, if you think about it, with the evidence they allegedly have that they showed, how much of that played into Ann's process? I don't know if it played any at all. Bullets and Bling, welcome. We've missed you around. Oh, we're glad you got to catch us. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and sharing part of your 4th of July with us. I think Publicly Buzzed is doing some stuff tonight, and Miss Shorty was live last night. Guys, it's her birthday, Shorty's birthday weekend. Y'all run over there and show her some love. Always, always.
Now, he just beamed in. We were on the air together not long ago talking about the Diddy trial, and I have to say, Phil, what a bad day for justice this is. What a bad day. Diddy gets off on the main charges against him, and Brian Kohlberger didn't get away with murder, but his life is spared, and he doesn't deserve it. Your thoughts?
I'm joining this conversation with your other guests a little late, and I'm not sure what their position may be on this. But look, as I said, as we were heading out of our earlier Diddy discussion in the last minute or so of that, I think this is a travesty. I think that they had a open and closed case against Kohlberger. I think it was an obvious conviction. And after hearing this presentation today and the change of plea hearing, I'm even more settled in that conviction. The only real reason that I can think of is when I was a prosecutor, we always were told that victims get a say in these things. Now, they don't get to drive the train, and I understand that maybe some of the victims' families may have supported this, but you needed more unanimous agreement. The victims' families needed to know the why of all this, I think, to get enough closure. Now, I'm sure there's reasonable arguments on the other side of that as well. They don't have to live through the appeals process and thinking about this for the next several decades. All those are valid points. But if you have the victims that are not unanimously on board, then I don't see how they can go forward with a prosecution that does not include the death penalty.
Can you, Matt, can you go to the defendant who's come to you saying, please make an offer, and say, I'll consider life without parole if we get a full allocution from you. We want to know the details. The families will not sign off on it, and I'm just not going to do this without their blessing unless they have questions answered, and that's what we need. Can you do that?
100% you can do that. 100% that's available. And the only thing is to keep in mind here, Megan, it's not life without possibility of parole. It is 50 to life is what we're talking about. Consecutive sentences of burglary plus the 4 murders. And that's 50 to life right now, mandatory minimum, until, like you observed yesterday when we were talking about this.
Lone Wolf says, what do you think about the prosecutor mentioning that they have no evidence he went to the King Road house when his phone was pinging in the area? It was pinging in the area. That's what we do know. How close to the area was it? Several times it was really close, right? But yeah, I don't know that he went in home before the crimes. And it was easy to find out the layout of that home. Super easy. And a smart guy like Kohberger could have figured out how to figure out that layout, right? So did he need to make entry into the home before the crimes to figure out the layout? No. But I don't know, Lone Wolf. Good question. Why is it not wanting to play now? Because I made it stop. It was going to aggravate me.
Until they change the law in Idaho. Hopefully they don't. But in California, where I am, our legislature changes the law to the benefit of defendants all the time. And 50 years is an awful long time for that law to change. And,
Why
and
isn't it
especially
life
when it
without
comes
parole?
to this is a 10-year mandatory minimum. So that's 10 years to life, essentially, for each one in Idaho. Stacking them consecutively means this is a determinate sentence. I believe at sentencing day, unless there's some provision in Idaho law I'm not aware of, he's looking at 50 to life, which means if he survives long enough, he would have an opportunity for a parole hearing. That's something that hasn't been discussed yet, but that's my reading of what I heard.
Wait, how can that be?
Today.
Because they said they'll run consecutively, meaning one after the other. So it'd be 50 years potentially on each murder victim, plus another 10 on the burglary.
No,
so that would
it's
be
10 years.
No?
It's a 10-year minimum stacked up. It's a 10-year minimum for each murder. So, like in California for a second-degree murder. Howard, you're shaking your head. Did I do my math wrong?
No, it's right. It's just I'm shaking my head in disgust. I mean, it's, we talk about politics being the art of the deal. Well, this was Thompson's chance to make the deal. He had all the cards, and he just blew it.
And by the way, Philip, just so you know, everything you said, I agree with. You basically echoed everything I said, too, as another former prosecutor.
So you're telling me, Matt, just to back to your main point, there actually is a chance under this deal that he could see the light of day again.
I think there's a good chance he'll get a parole hearing. Whether hopefully he's never given an opportunity, and the parole boards in Idaho remain steady. But California, we've seen a huge shift to the left, and to people getting out, and the legislature has passed multiple laws that make it easier and easier for lifers to get out. Life used to mean life in California, and over the last 15 years, it has tacked very dramatically the opposite way. So who knows what's going to happen in Idaho, but that's the thing. LWOP is not his sentence. He will have a mandatory minimum time, I believe, based on this math, of 50, and it might even...
Well, the difference between California and Idaho are vast, and they do lean left over there in California. Boy, do they. We see that. But they don't do that in Idaho. They're quite the opposite. So, yeah, we heard what the deal was, right? No parole. And
yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. That's the one thing that got me. I was like listening to him talk about it. I was like, I can't get down with this because you sound so uninformed right now, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
totally. I mean, they
totally.
literally, the judge said life without parole. That's what they said, even, when they were announcing it on Monday that he, agreed to a plea deal, that it was
Yeah,
life without parole. So where has this guy been?
yeah, and no possibility for an appeal either to come back later and say, oh, changed my mind. You know, so I don't know what this guy was talking about.
Even be less than that if burglary is less. He's agreeing to the 10, but as I'm writing down the math, and my math is usually wrong, but this is going to be, I believe, a 50-year to life sentence where he will do a mandatory minimum of 50, less the Berg potentially, but he's going to be eligible for a parole hearing based on what I heard today in court.
Since President Trump was sworn in, his
Oh, we don't want to talk about that. I don't know what he's talking about, what he heard from the hearing, but anyway, Butterfly, thank you. Butterfly supported me by buying me a coffee. I
Oh,
appreciate
that's
that.
nice.
Yeah, to get me
I
a
was still in the kitchen trying to make my tea, and I ran
getting
back
you
here
some
to was,
tea.
I was
We're
like,
gonna,
no, don't listen to that guy.
we're gonna need to buy me a tea link. She's like, don't listen to him.
Because there were a couple
He's
things while I was in the kitchen that I heard, and I was like,
yeah,
wait a minute, wait a minute.
yeah,
And because they were talking about the phone calls before,
yes.
the calls with the parents. Then they went on to this, right?
Hmm.
Um, yeah, yeah, three different calls back to back, right? I don't know if somebody kept dropping or whatever, and that's why it's, three different calls. One was what, 54 minutes or something like that.
Uh-huh.
It was pretty long, right?
Yeah,
I think the total was about an hour and a half or
almost that.
whatever
Yeah.
for all three calls. But honestly, if this guy is a psychopath, I I really don't think that he cares what happened with his
To
parents. I
the
don't think he was
parents.
trying to spare his parents, of anything. And even, that aside, um, their family reputation is already forever tainted,
Hmm.
and whatnot. So,
Well, I wonder that though, if he did tell his parents anything incriminating, or if they asked him anything incriminating and
mhm,
got a reply back, no matter what his reply back was,
mhm.
did did a part of him that one did he have a slither of care? Did he have a slither of give a damn, right? Did that play a part in his I don't know. It's so hard to gauge Coburn because we don't know enough about the guy and his family dynamic except for what we've seen on the surface that we've heard. So
Right.
it's hard to gauge it. I don't know if he would like had this overwhelming feeling to protect them. I don't think that was there. Was it more
But you know
transactional
what?
type thing? I don't know.
Yeah, but here's another thing too. The demeanor of the dad during the Indiana traffic stops does not, he was so cool, laid back, easy breezy, right? I don't think he would be behaving that way and have that kind of body language that he had if his son had confessed to him,
I
6 weeks
agree.
ago, or like at that point, like a month ago,
Yeah.
hey, I, murdered these four kids, right? I don't think that they knew.
I don't
And
I don't
what do you
either.
call it? So think about his body language and how he, was, acting, like behaving with the cop and everything. And then also think about what we've heard about, the sister, um, you know, asking, hey, do you think it's possible that he could have done this or whatever? I think that they were thinking it, but I don't think that he ever, like, at least at that point, came right out and said, yeah, it was me,
I
you
agree.
know?
I don't think that happened either. And I think if they had anything, it was suspicions, right?
Right, right.
Or and saw peculiar activities that he was doing in and around the house and the car cleaning. And if the sister did approach dad with that conversation as, hey, brother, could it be the guy? All of that would have been talked about on the witness stand. They would have had to bring it up. Um,
Hmm.
or they wouldn't have had to if they were honest in their during the early part of the investigation when they were being questioned, right? If the sister came clean and told everything, but so I don't know if he
So,
would have had a slither of give a damn about the parents at all.
and
It's
I've
hard
got two
to
more
say.
things
Go
because this
ahead.
is one that nobody mentions or whatever. But Firefly and I were talking about it the other night. There was an article a long time ago a long time ago, like after he got arrested or whatever,
Mhm.
where a local server at a restaurant came out and was interviewed and said that I think it was maybe Christmas Eve evening or whatever, for dinner, the Koberger family came to the restaurant, and it was tense, and that she overheard, you know, them asking him questions or whatever, you
I
know.
remember something a little bit about that, but I can't
hmm
recall all the
Because that
details.
doesn't seem to be on anybody's radar. And it's like, yeah, it wasn't like, validated, like the wasn't mentioned in the court documents or whatever, but
Yeah.
still, I was like, think about that, and then think about also on that search warrant inventory for the Pennsylvania house, there was what, a letter, to dad from Brian or
Yep.
whatever. We never found out, or at least we haven't yet found out what's in that letter. Why are you writing a letter to your father and you're in the same house with him? You know,
Right.
and you don't seem to have a particularly warm and fuzzy relationship, you know
So what's in the
so
letter and what's it
what's in the letter?
about?
hmm
Is it an apology letter for stealing sister's phone and making dad so mad he called the cops?
like 11
Um,
years before.
right. I don't know. Maybe,
I was thinking it's more a
maybe,
current letter,
or yeah, exactly. It could be there. That's the whole thing. There's no
something that
telling
he
if it
hadn't given
was
to him yet.
either maybe something he hadn't given to him yet or something he had, because why would Brian still have it if it had
If
been
it's
given to
old.
dad? Right.
Right,
And
exactly.
then you also remember the letter from Montana as well,
hmm
whatever that was.
hmm
God, there's still so much to unpack with that one search warrant alone. Oh my goodness. Um, hang on, guys. Let me pull up something here. We'll take a look at. So there was what's his name there? Bloom did another interview, but he did it with Nate
oh
Eaton, and
hmm
kind of repetitive, but he says a couple of little things differently. You know what I mean? And I don't know
hmm
if there's like,
oh, so you're getting ready to show that?
yeah, if you want me to. I mean, he
Yeah,
has
no,
said,
before you do it,
go
let me,
ahead.
I just remembered
Yeah,
the other thing.
go right ahead.
Um, it has to do with the prosecution,
Hmm.
dealing with the families or whatever,
Yeah,
and, not, I guess, telling them why they, did this or accepted it or whatever. I
right.
kind of, um, I kind of just think that maybe there was a lot of frustration, dealing with certain families, for the
Uh-huh.
like 2+ years, almost 3 years. I think there was a lot of frustration on both parts. And I kind of, when I was there at the kitchen sink, I kind of was like, you know what? I almost equate their relationship to, when you were a little kid and your parents said, do something, and you're like, well, why? And, they're like, because I said so, or
Yeah,
whatever. Like, I don't have to explain it to you. I'm the adult, you're the
right.
child or whatever. I kind of almost am thinking that that's what the dynamic was between the
Hmm.
prosecution and the families that are upset, or the one
Yeah,
family that's
the
upset,
one. Yeah,
hmm
and I think and him trying to Steve trying to make it come out in the beginning that they didn't contact us families. None of us are in agreement. That's not the truth. It's just
Right.
he wasn't in agreement, and I get
He's
the
still
grief.
speaking from emotion, so,
Exactly, I get
hmm
the grief, but that's exactly where he's coming from, and a whole lot of anger, a whole lot
hmm
of displaced anger. What do you do? It's hard to figure out what to do with that anger to begin with,
And it's
but
fifty
he's got
fifty
so
for the
much.
families,
Exactly.
two families agree, two disagree.
Yeah.
And also think about this too. Think of, like, the results. It's like nobody has, like, actually also, I guess, like, outlined the results, right? You know, he if they had taken it to trial and they found him guilty and they sentenced him to death, he's sitting on, death row or whatever, blah blah blah. But the end result, even if he does 30, 40 years of appeals or whatever, the end result is either the death penalty is going to be enforced and they're going to kill him, or
Mhm.
he's just going to, die naturally. Okay,
Yep.
that's if he had, they had gone to trial and committed. Then it's like, okay, let's say he goes to trial, right? And they didn't find him guilty. Then he's off free to do whatever, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Let's say, okay, look at the plea agreement, right? Um, he, is going to be sitting in jail. yes, he's still going to be alive, but the end result is he's going to die, after having spent, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years or whatever, however long he lives, you know, suffering in prison. You know what I mean?
Yes,
They're acting like, oh, he'll have cable TV or whatever, whatever. Yeah, but he'll still be in prison. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Like look at people in like what's going on in Israel and whatnot right now, or
Hmm.
like in Gaza. Yeah, those people have access to a TV or whatever and snack foods or whatever, but look at what's around them. Look at what they're living in.
Exactly.
It's like that just totally to me cancels out the quote unquote comforts of prison that they think he's going to get. You know,
Right.
so.
He's going to be afforded his basic human rights in prison
Mhm.
and all of the things, but it's prison, like you've stated. He's no more freedoms. You will be told when to get up and take a shower. You will be
Mhm.
told when to get up and have your meals. No more going to the kitchen when you feel like it because you want a
Mhm.
snack. Them days are gone.
Mhm.
You may have some privileges, but hey, I have no problem with inmates receiving fair treatment, right? Because we don't need to be sued by inmates and all the things that come along with that. We need to keep it whatever. But yeah, maybe
Yeah.
time will help that with it'll soak in and be a realize. But they've always come in hot, the
Yep.
Gonzalez, and speak before they think
Mhm.
or just run with the emotions, like you said. In that
Mhm.
we all know their emotions, and we're watching them play out those emotions in real time. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, adult daycare is what Steve continues to refer to it as, Firefly. And
But he just has not thought. They have not thought about the
Mhm.
fact of, hey, what are they? They're like in their 50s or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like, do they want to spend, the next several decades of their, lives, going back and forth, or, like being anxious? Because look at Chrissy, the past 3 years, she's been anxious, and
she's not
upset this
well.
whole time. She's not, exactly. It's like, do you want to spend the next, 2, 3, 4 decades,
Mm.
in that same limbo? Because he would have had appeals,
And it would have kept her
that's
in
limbo.
limbo. It would have
So,
kept her there. You're
mhm,
right. And you can see, I can see it that there's just a lot of healing that needs to be done there that has not been attempted yet because they're
mhm,
so caught up in this guy, in this trial, in this. And I get it. But at some point, you need to take a deep breath and a step
mhm.
back and just be quiet and be still for a moment.
I think they'll
Just be
eventually
still.
realize it's a blessing in disguise. But
Yeah, because
I
yeah,
Yeah, I hope they, calm down enough to go ahead and do the victims' impact statements. Because right now he's saying, no, they're not showing up for that, da 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 da,
and to
whatever.
come on national TV and
Mm-hmm.
tell Kaylee, "I'm sorry, I failed you, Kaylee, I'm sorry," that just it pulls at the heartstrings of the people watching, just like they did when the houses being torn down situation happened and all
Mm-hmm.
the internet was on fire and the people were on fire, and I'm sitting back going, I don't really care if the house comes down or not because guess who's not mad about the house coming down? Ann Taylor. Once she put in a provision to stop the house from coming down, then it expired in February of 2023, and she never fought to keep the house up after that. I was like, well, if the defense doesn't care, I don't care. I don't think the prosecution needed it to begin with. But everybody got in an uproar because of the emotions involved because of Steve
Mm-hmm.
Gonzalez. And I
Yeah,
totally
you're right. Because
got it.
if she knew, really, felt that he was innocent or whatever, she would have fought to keep that house up because there might have
You're
been
right.
something in it, like, oh, hey, the additional stains that they found on the rails or whatever,
But
or
that
something. There was,
and
somewhere else.
yeah, that a jury walkthrough. Could you really, Dylan? You could hear this from
Mm-hmm.
here. You heard what from where?
Then you had to
Just
have heard everything.
right,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. There would have been too much, that could have come out of that, and neither side thought that house was relevant enough. But my point being, I understand they were upset about it, and I got why they were upset about it. But I've watched you and I went over that with the Pharaoh scans. They can do all the alternatives to the house, and they just weren't seeing it from that point of view. And they're really getting away from taking jurors to crime scenes because of Faro scans and things of that nature these days. So just, maybe the emotions will calm down here soon. I hope so for their sake,
I hope so too. I mean, they really don't have a whole bunch of options. Yes, they can do a civil suit. So great. Do that, go ahead, try and get your blood from a turnip. I mean, if he writes a book, yeah, okay, they can get some extra money. What is that really going to do? Because
Right.
like his access to money is limited anyway. Even if he made millions off of a book, he can't put millions on his commissary account,
No,
so
I mean,
don't
yeah.
those things have limits?
Well, I don't know what it is in prison, but you're only allowed so much a month, like in our county jail or whatever. That's what those girls were telling me that I talked to, that you're allowed to put so much per month on the books. And if you put over that amount, I think the county can take, like they charge you, the county jail charges you like X amount of dollars per day, $3 a day or whatever it is. If you're indigent, just whatever. But if you put more than whatever the allotted amount was on your books for that month, they could take a couple of dollars. They would apply that towards your upkeep or whatever. I don't know. So I don't know how it is in prison. I have no clue about the state pen and how. So there probably is a limit per month, right? But I don't know. Remember that website you and I were tooling around on last night? It felt like
Yeah.
you could just order shit and send it willy nilly. So I don't
Mhm.
know if prison, like in the county jail, I guess there's a commissary. You do your monthly order. Maybe prisons set up a little differently that you can shop more often. Just depends. I don't know. But we'll talk about some of that stuff we looked at here in a minute. I'm going to play you guys a piece. I'm not really, I mean, I've got some of the clips of Steve Gonzalez raging. They're all over YouTube. I'm sure you guys have seen them. If y'all want to see one, we can play one, but I honestly don't need it for the story. If you guys want to see them, we can take a look at them. But he rages, and I don't want to feed it if I can help it. Right now, Dolphin didn't get to see this, I don't think. I'm going to play a little piece here that Maddie's mom was a part of.
Mhm.
A while back. It was on NBC Today. Tell you the date here. This was 6 months ago. So this
Oh,
was
okay.
Maddie's mom was on the Today Show and talking about the foundation that they were speaking of. Okay, let me bring this up because Karen Laramie is Maddie's mom. She is such a sweet, gentle person, and the few times that she has spoken public, you just see it, you can tell. And Maddie looked a lot like her mom. She's a lot like her mom. Okay.
Came to know Madison Mogen's name, a 21-year-old senior at the University of Idaho, known as Maddie to her friends and family. She had an unforgettable smile and made everyone she met feel loved. A life taken too soon when she and 3 others, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, were murdered in an off-campus house in November 2022. A weeks-long manhunt ended with the arrest of then 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, who now faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and the death penalty if convicted. The initial judge in the case entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. The trial now set for August. In the years since the tragedy, those who knew Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan have worked to keep their memories alive. The University of Idaho dedicated a new healing garden and memorial in August.
Today we consecrate this ground as a place where all can reflect, honor their memories, and heal.
Ethan's family established Ethan's Smile to carry on his legacy. His mom, Stacy, talking about Ethan last year on Today.
He just swarmed every room. He had a wonderful smile.
Now, Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana are being honored through the Made with Kindness Foundation. The foundation's mission to partner with colleges and universities to provide scholarship funds, grief wellness seminars, and comprehensive on-campus safety awareness. Madison's mother, Karen, is on the board. She joined other family and friends last month to dedicate Bestie's Benches to her daughter and her friends, a place to reflect and to celebrate 3 beautiful lives. Well, Karen Laramie is with us this morning alongside Angela Navejas, who is the co-founder of this Made with Kindness Foundation, which we want to talk about this morning in the way that you both are honoring Maddie. But Karen, to be with you and know how much you have been through, just how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. It's been a long flight and some major travels, but I feel the love. Absolutely, from you guys.
Well, we learned a lot about Maddie, and I was just wondering, like, you must talk to her often. I was imagining you doing that. Tell me about what that's like.
It's about memories and love. And sometimes I see her in dreams when she's like a toddler, and those days when they still hug you. And sometimes I see her in dreams when she's more of an adult. And it's always about hugs and appreciation. And it's just beautiful.
It's to have a dream about someone you've lost is so special, because I always think, you know, they're perfectly preserved in your mind.
Absolutely.
And it's such a precious gift. You almost don't want to wake up from that dream.
Yes. Absolutely, it's hard.
Yeah.
Because you have to say goodbye again.
Yeah. But you and Maddie had such a special relationship. I mean, I was telling you before, it's kind of mom goals, the way that she grew up and was so beloved, and the special connection that you had. Can you tell me about her and tell me about that?
So one of the funny stories I was telling, I think, my aunt, is that we never had slammed doors in our house. We never had, there was one string cheese fight one time when she was 8 because she wouldn't eat dinner. She would snack. And I said, honey, no, you cannot have string cheese because I'm making dinner. And she slammed it on the counter and marched to her room. And my husband Scott and I looked at her like, what just happened there? Like, that was so out of character. Madison was a great baby. I'm not going to say was. Madison is absolutely amazing and always has been. Like, didn't have terrible 2s. She had some stubborn 3s, but even as a teenager, she was just a joy.
Well, you describe her kindness as beyond.
Yes.
It's like everywhere she went, she brought light. That was just how she led, right? Tell us about that.
It is. So it was just surprising to me. Like, so we were in Seattle one time, and I'm watching her as an adult going shopping and being in these stores, and I'm like, you're just so kind to everybody. Like, did we really ingrain that in you? Like, that's amazing. One time she called my cousin on Veterans Day and said, thank you for your service. After she lived with him and like burnt half his pans. So she just had that genuine love that it's just impossible to describe.
Do you wake up some mornings and wonder if it's all real? It's been 2 years.
It's real.
Yeah.
But I know where the girls are. And faith is really the basis of how you get up every morning when you have a loss this deep.
I love how sentimental Maddie seemed to be. I know you're wearing a ring that she surprised you with.
Yes.
Will you tell me? I wanted to. It's so beautiful, and for a young girl like that to do something for her mom.
So it's a 2-piece ring, and my half, I think, says "You are my sunshine," and hers said "My only sunshine."
Oh, you used to sing that to her.
Yes, all the time.
And I know she made you a Mother's Day book. I mean, it's just extraordinary to me, this connection that you so clearly had with this beautiful girl.
It was easy. She is amazing.
She is amazing. And she lives on in this organization, too, that you and your friend Angela have established. Tell us about that, Angela.
Yeah, so my daughter and I decided, my daughter's Ashlyn, her and Maddie were best friends. They went to school together as well. And we just decided that we wanted to start something to be able to remember and honor the girls and kind of how they were, their optimism, empowerment, confidence. And so we just woke up one morning and said, hey, let's start a foundation in the girls' honor. And I grabbed some flowers and wrote a letter to Karen, and she wasn't home, so I stuck it on her door, and she got home from Hawaii, and then here we are.
And I mean, Karen, having a purpose
Yes.
to this pain is so important.
It absolutely is.
Tell me what you're hoping to accomplish with the foundation. What is it about? Because I know it's about giving back, which is in your heart and was in Maddie's too.
Absolutely. So I think the most important thing, it's going to be really fun to be part of the scholarship committee and just watch kids read what they have to say, what's in their hearts, and be able to give them back something. The economy is horrible. Like, everyone needs a helping hand. And I'm just really super excited to see. And we have a lot of platforms that we're working on, and every one of them is positive. And that just brings it back to your heart. Like, you know, we're missing our kids. And to have something to put your heart into positively, there are no words.
We've been reporting on this upcoming trial, and I feel like every time we talk about it, we say it's happening later, it's happening later. It's been 2 years. I think the trial's still another 8 months away. What do you think about all this time that has passed from the time of the crime to the fact that we have not been to trial yet?
I don't have a lot of comments on that. I would say that I feel like the legal system is not about the victims, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's such a difficult road for all of the families, and all of the families grieve differently, of course. Kaylee and Madison had such a special relationship in particular.
Yes, they did.
She was almost, they were like sisters.
Yes, they were.
So, I mean, you're suffering that loss as well. Yeah. You're missing Kaylee, you're missing Maddie. Have you guys been able to support each other?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Christy and Steve are amazing. And healing together is such a huge thing, because we both families had just this like immediate loss of the girls. And yes, they have been very, very supportive. And I just absolutely love them.
Well, we absolutely love you. We're so happy that you came on and you spoke to us about her beautiful spirit, Maddie's spirit, and this incredible foundation that you guys have established. So thank you for coming and sharing with us. It means a lot. So thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you guys.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Yeah, it's. I know. It is nice to finally, to be able to see the things about the victims, right, and the good things. And I've always admired Maddie's mom. She always seemed so quiet and laid back compared to others, and and I know she's friends with the Gonzalez. They've been friends for years, but she sees this so vastly different, and that's okay, right? She didn't have to see it the way they did. You're not going to have to be on board with each other. I mean, it's just not going to always be that way.
I tell you, when they were speaking, especially Ashlyn's mom, I just was like sitting here thinking, I know this sounds weird, but it's actually, I think, a good thing that they went together, because I know from personal experience having to be the survivor, of like a best friendship like that.
Yep.
Because, I told you, what was it, last night, about my friend, my best friend from high school and whatnot. She died when she was 26, and it's, that has been with me like all this time,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right, because it affects so many people in so many different ways on different levels. Of course, the families, their child, the sibling, the best friend, my daughter's best friend, all these things. And the comment you made about Ashlyn not being there that night when she was supposed to be. And only reason why Ashlyn wasn't there is because she stayed home at her parents' house.
Flight
an
got
extra night.
canceled or something.
Yeah, there
and
was
she had to.
Yep, a snowstorm type thing happened, and the parents couldn't fly back when they were due to, so Ashlyn had to stay at their place one more night to dog sit. Ashlyn became a target early on in this not the criminal investigation by law enforcement, but by social media, because when people pulled up the records of the home, she was on the deed along signed the lease rather along with Maddie. She lived there, but she had moved out prior to the crimes, but was still listed on the lease. That was the mysterious sixth roommate. The people were trying to hunt her down and figure it out, and they figured out who she was. And then to see her come out at least a year later, before I ever saw a peek of this girl anywhere, when I saw her on the news talking about the foundation they set up in Maddie's name, and how she wasn't going to let what social media tried to do affect her coming out and speaking on behalf of her friend. And then that's when I started to see the stuff with her mom come out doing interview. And then I found this interview with Karen along with her, speaking about the foundation. And it's important to remember the victims, especially now. There was a time in this space where if you breathed the victims' names or if you spoke ill toward Kohberger, it was just like attack. And some of us didn't care anymore, right? Because it is about the victims in so many ways. Well, you know what? Let Lana have Sion all day long, right? Is he going to actually talk this time about anything that's worth a damn? Is he going to talk about how he tried to snooker the FBI? She already had him on one time. Y'all know that, right? She's already had him on once before. I don't pay attention to what's going on over there. I couldn't tell you anything. Bluebird, stay off of X. If you're fighting with people about the case, that's crazy, but do you, girl, but don't. And they're not worth fighting with. I know you've been trickling off into other Kohberger type situations to fill out, I don't know, maybe to fill out the people, but don't let them people get to you. Don't argue with them. Don't engage with them, right?
Yeah. That's my motto.
Exactly. There's
I
nothing you can
mean,
do at
yeah.
this point to change anybody's mind. And I've never set out to change someone's mind. I've set out to show you guys facts and have discussions based around those facts. And then when you make up your own minds, right? So, if y'all have questions and you come in here and ask them, that's beautiful. That's fine. But you don't let these people get to you, because you're going to see there's a lot of shit out there and you just can't.
Yeah, I think life is too short to be wasting time arguing with fools on Twitter,
Thank you.
or
Way
whatever.
too.
And yeah,
Mess up my positive
just
energy.
keep on doing what I want to do, or need to do. And
Yeah. It take up my energy vampires trying to steal
exactly.
they're trying to steal y'all's joy. And when people stop engaging with that bullshit, guess what happens? They usually just go away, or if they don't get any engagements at all, not a heart, a like, or a tweet, or a response. They end up going away. They got nothing else to say. All right. So if you guys want to take a look at this next thing I was going to show you is Stacy Chapin, but it's over an hour long. We're not going to review the whole thing. It's just a little bit of her talking about Ethan. And this one came out, let me see. When did this one air? This one's been a while back. Because she was talking about the books she wrote not long after she wrote the books. It was a year ago on a podcast called The Squeeze. I had never heard of them until I saw this.
No, I've never heard of that either. I don't think.
Yeah.
The Squeeze.
It's a guy and a girl.
Oh no, Sue Joy. The BK camp, they are still foaming at the mouth and still, ready to protest or whatever. I don't know. These people are just, the Kohbergers are nuts.
Yeah, they're out there doing some
Full on. Yep.
full on bullshit.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm not, I don't know. Yeah, they're just doing their thing, and I'm going to let them hang themselves. The judge said all that's turned over to security. All those emails and stuff that y'all was directed to do, not y'all, but people were directed to do. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir over here, Bluebird, about all that. Innocent till proven guilty. Oh my God, don't you dare speak ill of Kohberger. He's innocent till proven fucking guilty. Yeah, we heard it all. We know. Stay away from that shit, girl.
Yeah, but they failed to realize you can have that stance, but still actually evaluate the facts that are
Exactly.
coming out and the evidence
Yep.
that's coming out,
Yep. Yeah, yep. I agree.
An innocent man isn't sitting here trying to delete his Amazon, browsing history and clean things off of his computer and whatever. I told Salty I'm going to go back through and like write a little bullet pointed list so we can put it up on a screen so maybe people can see this in black and white because they're only focusing on one or two things.
Yeah.
And thinking that's all the evidence that they had, and that's actually not all the evidence that they had,
And if you going into certain channels where they're not really evaluating the document, that they're just reading it and going, oh, that can't be true, and then they give you a million reasons. We'll finish reading the document. I don't know. I'm not dealing with all them pro burger people. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, y'all be over there watching Tommy and Lana and all them people. I know what y'all be consuming over there. I don't go over there and trickle. I don't go there. It's dangerous. Them YouTube streets are dangerous. I don't go on them. Okay.
Chapin, and I'm Ethan's mom. Stacy, welcome to The Squeeze.
Thank you. It's good to be here today.
We're so thankful to have you here on your first ever podcast.
First ever.
What was Ethan like?
He just was this incredible kid. He just had this warm personality.
Triplets.
Yep, they had each other. I was having a hard time understanding like his being, his spiritual self. Like, what do I do with this kid? My aunt called me and she goes, this might sound funny. Literally just tuck him under your arm like a football and carry him with you. You know what I mean? She was like, until you have time to figure out what to do with him. Physically, I've literally walked grief. He was just the kid that was like one of the very, very best for his siblings.
The analogy of the football. Is he still there today?
Where is he? I'm not sure where he is. He's up in heaven somewhere.
Absolutely.
He's happy.
Stacy, welcome to The Squeeze.
Thank you. It's good to be here today.
Oh my gosh, we are so excited to have you. First of all, we want to say, we're so sorry for what you and your family have had to endure over the past year and a half, but we are so thankful and honored to have you here with us, sharing not only your family story, but Ethan's story on your first ever podcast.
First ever.
No, we're honored. I know we've been like talking about doing this
for a year,
a while.
Actually, because it was a year ago. I was like, I'm just not prepared to do that.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah. No, I think the timing was right.
Yeah.
No, finally. So we're excited to finally get to chat with you and everything. But I think Ethan is honestly just a great place for us to start the podcast.
Yeah.
Can you tell us and our lemon drops, who are our listeners, that's what
our lemon drops.
That's what we call them. What was Ethan like?
Ethan honestly was like everything that you see him in a photo.
Right.
I mean, of the three kids, because he was a triplet. I don't know if everybody knows that, but he was kind of the clown, but he was that way from the very beginning. Easygoing, kind. He always had his brother and sister, kind of top of mind. He just had this warm personality. I love to give big hugs, but he had this momentous personality. I mean, or magnanimous, maybe that's a better word for him. You just kind of loved being in a room with him. And I think of all of the kids and people that have been kind of interviewed through this process, everybody kind of says the same thing.
Yeah.
He just made you feel welcome and you included. And I mean, it goes all the way back to like kindergarten. We do this little spotlight on our social media of, talking about kids and people who have been impacted by Ethan's life, and it goes all the way back, to kids in like kindergarten that are just like, even the special needs kids, just everybody was like, he's just like the greatest kid. He was the kid that was like, we're all going out to play on the playground. Everybody's included. I mean, it was wonderful. And even, as close as, November 12th, he was his sister's date, to a dance because he just was that kid. This great, big, lovable, kind, thoughtful. My husband, Jim, is always like, he just kept us all in check. He was the one that could just be like, I don't know,
Yeah.
he's just the easiest.
Yeah.
He makes it actually, it's easy to talk about him because he just was this incredible kid. It's hard to understand why somebody like Ethan, kind of isn't here anymore. I don't know how to say that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Well, that's a real way to put it.
Right. I mean,
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
not that you wish it upon anybody, but
Yeah.
a kid like Ethan who's touched so many lives and so inclusive and kind.
Such a
and-
light to the
So-
world.
Yeah.
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 No, it's the truth.
Yeah.
Was there like a little like mannerism or saying or something that he would do that like sticks out to you that you're like, that's Ethan?
Totally. Okay, this is ridiculous, but when you're walking through the grocery store or somewhere
Yeah.
and somebody like taps you on the shoulder to try to get you to turn around and look the opposite direction, like that was Ethan.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
That's
He would
me,
be
yeah.
like, tink, tink, and I'd go, and he'd go, ha, gotcha, mom. I mean, it was just, it was always just light and humorous. He was always a kid. He would walk into a room, and I'll tell you who I have said that he reminds me of is Kramer. Do you guys remember Kramer from,
Yeah. From
he just,
What is that from?
the show.
yeah. And he walks in the room and is just like, hey, everybody. Yay, yay.
Yeah.
Ethan's here.
What?
Oh, Seinfeld?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes.
I mean,
yes.
just,
Yeah.
Right.
something funny to say and
That's so funny.
just some little guttural funny sound. It just,
Yeah.
he just kept it real in life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
that
good
tap is so
reminder,
good.
right? The tap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I try to do that one a lot. It rarely works, but it still brings me joy.
Okay. It is. It's funny.
Yeah.
And he could get me. He could get all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'm curious about this. And we were talking about it before, but triplets.
Yep.
What is it like raising triplets? I mean, that sounds like
We're scared to do one.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine having to do three
Oh,
at
man.
once.
Honestly, you guys, it's the greatest joy. There's it's an unconditional love that you probably have actually. I mean, it's one thing to like love your spouse
Yeah.
but loving your kids, just you have to do it. It's amazing. But raising kids, or raising triplets specifically, I always tell people, I wouldn't change it for the world, but I would not recommend it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it took we actually, just Jim had to go to work, and so we hired I needed a second set of hands, and it was a little bit like kind of a factory. I mean, they were in the neonatal facility for 20 days and then came home, and it's just literally this like feed, sleep, change, feed, sleep, change thing that you just.
Okay. It's a really long interview, guys, but I can drop the link into the chat for you guys if you want to go and watch the whole thing. She talks a lot about Ethan because she did write a book. Firefly has this book. I think she got it at CrimeCon.
The Boy in Blue.
Boy in Blue. It's also available on Amazon, I believe, as well. And it's Stacy Chapin's book. And it was written about Ethan, and she did it pretty early on in the after the crimes. So, and I think the profits go to the Ethan Smile Foundation.
Yep.
So, for those of you who don't know, there is a foundation called Ethan Smile. Let me pull up the information on Ethan Smile. Let me take a look at that before we move into something else here. Oops, wrong button. Duh. Okay. They have a website as well. Ethan worked at a tulip farm, guys, over in Washington, along with his siblings in the summers. And they created a tulip in honor of Ethan. And it ended up being a yellow color, I believe. I think there's actually a couple of color variations. I'm not positive. But I don't think tulips do well in my area. They have a preference, right? Like it's way colder there than it is here. I They probably die here. Okay, Ethan Smile Foundation. If you go to Google and just put in ethansmile.org, you can pull up the same information. It's a foundation honoring Ethan Chapin's love of life, people, and new adventures by providing scholarships that enable others to follow their dreams. And there's a button to click to become a donor. And there's handsome Ethan. And one second, guys. Oh, do I have your keys? Hold on, guys. I think I jacked my son's keys. Wait a minute. Sorry. I do. I have your keys. Are y'all leaving now? Yeah. All right, be careful. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I took his truck to the store last night and kept his keys. All right. And then there's the Chapin family. Of course, the kids were younger there. And then our Ethan. Ethan's love for life was boundless, with a booming laugh and infectious smile. He spread joy to all who were fortunate enough to know him. Ethan was our storyteller, hard worker, and friend maker. In the wake of his absence, the Ethan Smile Foundation was born, a tribute to Ethan's unwavering passion for life. Our mission is simple yet profound: to carry forward the legacy of Ethan by providing scholarships that enable others to follow their dreams. In every corner we venture, in every heart we touch, we strive to keep the spirit of Ethan alive, reminding ourselves and others of the adventures and kindness that life has to offer. We thank you for embarking on this mission with us to honor our Ethan. Sincerely, Jim and Stacy Chapin. You can order Ethan Smile tulips as well. So if you're a gardener or you can grow tulips in your area, whatever, you can also purchase the Ethan Smile. I wish that I could grow them here, but I don't know if they would survive. So, but it's a great foundation. You can, a sunny mixture of 25 yellow and white tulip bulbs from the Ethan's hometown in Skagit Valley, Washington. You can purchase those there. And then they have merchandise as well in the apparel shop. And there's the book itself, The Boy Who Wore Blue. And I believe, yeah, you can order it directly from the website as well. This was a glass that I remember seeing this on Instagram when she posted it. Light a candle in Ethan Chapin's honor and place it in an exclusive Ethan Smile glass baby candle holder. I guess they sold out because it says returning soon. And then there's more stickers and different things you can purchase to support the foundation, if that's something you guys are interested in. And with that said, is with the victims, tomorrow is Xana Kernodle's birthday. Our little cancer in the group. So happy birthday will be going out to Xana. And Xana was Xana was a little force to be reckoned with from what we know about Xana, right? Looking at the videos that have come out and the images, and the girl was always looking for her vape. And Danger, if you can hear me, if you're out there in the ethernet somewhere, buddy, you and I know about some Xana, don't we? And we love that girl to death. For some reason, we know that Elantra is key. We don't know how, why, or when. We didn't even know the details. We just know that Elantra is key, and Xana is always there. I see you, girl. Okay. I know I need to elaborate on that, guys, but it's a whole thing. I need Danger here to help me elaborate on. I'll get him up here one day to elaborate. The two of us have a special kindred spirit with Xana. All right. This is something I was telling Dolphin that I found. And this is like a 12-minute presentation. Now, this is I believe we watched something from this channel before, Asgat Industries. She says that she is, I'll let her explain it, but she says that she was recently hired by Dateline also to do some of their last digital work on the last show we saw. I'm assuming that was the leak episode. But she put together a visual with the Idaho 4 crimes. And she talks about different things in here with different timestamps and such that she took a lot of it from the PCA reporting and things of that nature, but there's just some specifics that I'm like, got questions, not questioning the crime itself or the time frame, but you'll see as we get there, because I'll have to stop and talk about it.
Okay.
And this is that video I was telling you about, Dolphins. So we'll get that up on screen. Let me get that up here. I'm going to go grab a cold Coke when I first start, but I'll be right back. So again, guys, this is, I'll grab the link and drop it in. I didn't forward my
Oh,
links
I like
over.
this girl.
Yeah, we've seen her here before. I usually try to forward links. I'm trying to get better at remembering to forward the links I need to share to Butterfly, but she's usually great about grabbing them. But we'll grab this link in a second and get it into the chat for you guys, so you can go give her a thumbs up on her videos, because she is trying to build something here. Okay, well, here she goes.
Since Bryan Kohberger pled guilty today, I feel like we released this full illustration of the Idaho 4 crimes showing Kohberger's movements. It's put together by evidence given to me by media companies like Netflix and others, including more recently Dateline, who hired me to do their 3D modeling for their project. I'm going to include a lot of information into this episode where you can see exactly what took place from moment to moment. Let's get started. In this illustration, we're going to start at 3:30 a.m. At this time, everyone is asleep except for Xana. Looking inside the home, we can see where everybody was. Starting at the 3rd floor, we can see where Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping. Maddie was sleeping on the edge of the bed, while Kaylee was sleeping near the wall. As we go out and drop down to the 2nd floor, we can see Dylan's room directly under Maddie's room. Continuing across the living room onto the other side of the home, we see Xana's room. She's sitting in bed scrolling on her phone while Ethan sleeps next to her. Minutes ago, she had just finished ordering DoorDash and has all the lights on while she waits. The last roommate to mention is Beth, whose room is on the 1st floor, directly below the living room. As most of them all sleep, Kohberger pulls into the neighborhood for the first time this night at precisely 3:30 a.m. We know this due to a home security camera that captures the intersection and records the coming and going of anybody that enters that neighborhood. As we continue, Kohberger drives past the home and notices that all the lights on the 2nd floor are still on. He drives on and loops around the apartment complex building. Because of the home security timestamp, we're able to know how long it took to drive this path. On his first pass, it took him 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and this is him leaving on the first pass. Now let's look at his next 2 passes and record the times. This is pass 2 of him entering and leaving. And now this is pass 3 of him entering and leaving. When we do the math, we can see how long he took each pass. The last 2 passes were normal without any stopping, but on his first pass, he took an additional 42 seconds to creep by the house or even stop for a time to stare into the windows with the lights on. All this information has been coming from camera A, but there is a second camera located behind the apartment complex building, and we're going to call that camera B, located here. This camera allows us to see how long it took to get from point A to point B.
Uh-oh, don't know what happened. Hold on.
And between the 3 security cameras' data, it took between 35 and 37 seconds. What this means is you didn't stop or park somewhere or go into a different direction. He simply drove straight from point A to point B at regular speed. These times help us understand the DoorDash delivery window. According to court documents, 2 times are noted. One is 3:59 a.m. and the other is 4 a.m. Bringing back our passage chart, we can see that the DoorDash time of 3:59 happens after Kohberger has left the neighborhood and before he returns for his last pass at 4:04.
Okay, so had the DoorDash driver park next to him and see him, right? I don't know that that statement's completely accurate. Did she just see them in passing, or was he parked out there somewhere for a split second and that's when she saw him? That part still, we don't know yet.
Yeah, I think the car should be turned the other way.
Uh-huh.
Parallel to the road.
Yeah, I agree.
It is possible that the DoorDash driver saw Kohberger as he was parking his car, because a timestamp of
See, like
3:59
right there, maybe.
could be reflected when he took the photo of the food at the front door instead of the time he arrived. So it is possible he witnessed Kohberger staring at the windows as he drove by. Continuing, as the driver leaves, Xena turns off all the lights, sits on her bed, and scrolls on her phone as she eats her food. A few minutes later, Kohberger enters the neighborhood for the last time. But this time, as he drives by the home, he sees all the lights are off. At the camera B location, he turns around to head back to the residence as shown in this video.
And that's Linda Lane 2. Or 1, I should say. 2 is the other shot.
When he returns to the front of the house, he does something unusual, so much so that it's noted in the arrest affidavit. On page 6, it states, when the suspect vehicle 1 is in front of Kings Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. It goes on to say that he continued onto the intersection where he did a 3-point turn.
And do you remember in one of the court hearing when they were talking, the motion and limine hearings about the car, how they were noticing lights from the Walenta, and that's how they could tell this car was moving around. So how do they know this car attempted to park or turn around here at this particular point if no camera could see the front of that house? Were they going by the headlights bouncing off the house at the end of the street? You know, showing that there's some the car's turning, you know what I'm saying? Was that how, that was always my conclusion, was that was the only way they would determine that without there being a camera there to see it, was with the reflections of the light hitting that other house, because 1122 would have seen that with their camera, right?
Yeah, hitting that house right there down at the intersection.
Yeah. Oh, every time. There we go.
This 3-point turn was captured on camera A, which has a timestamp of 4:06. He appears to be calm and not overly anxious with his driving. As he heads back in the direction of the residence, he takes one last look at the windows to make sure all the lights are off. As he begins to drive around the end of the apartment complex, camera B records the time of 4:07. Fast forwarding a little bit, Kohberger drives to the back parking lot away from other residences.
How do you think Bill Thompson knows exactly where this guy parked? Versus beside the house on the little tiny road between the house and the apartments, back up on the hill, just like described in this video right now. I wonder how they knew that particular detail if something wasn't looking at it. And that if there was a camera back there that saw something, it's never been leaked and it's never been spoke of in any documents either. Did Kohberger tell them, yeah, that's where I parked? That detail
Or are they guessing?
Or are they guessing? Right. Is it just a guess? Because we don't fucking know with Bill Thompson and his reading.
Yeah, I mean, I know they were up there and they had evidence tags up there, but we never heard if they found something.
Exactly. DoorDash, that may be coming in late, Firefly, that comment, because this damn restream doesn't keep up with comments like when you guys are posting them. So I don't know if you're talking about.
No, she just typed. Yeah, that's.
That DoorDash might have seen it
it's
back
in
there.
response to, what you asked.
But would DoorDash have seen him park back there from the front of the house? They don't have a reason to go back there.
Maybe she said, oh, he was coming down that hill.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
On the side street.
Yeah, but that's driving. Bill Thompson said in the court he parked behind the house up on the hill, which if you park at the very back of that parking lot, it is elevated a little bit up on
Or I'm sorry, then going up the hill then.
Yeah. I'm just talking about where he parked, though, when he made entry into the home. DoorDash was gone by the time he parked and made entry into the home. So I just don't know how they determined that, if that was a guess or if he told them that's where I parked, because nobody else knows.
Sees that nobody's
Guess we gotta
out
wait for the
and that
book.
all is quiet.
I guess so. We gotta wait
He
for
eventually
the
grabs his
dogs.
things, gets out of the vehicle, and begins walking to the back of the home. At approximately 4:13 a.m., he begins to make entry. As he steps in, he takes a minute to make sure everything is quiet and that nobody is truly up. He walks to the entrance of the living room and looks around. He continues to be cautious and stands there listening. Feeling confident, he can.
And you know, right there in that frame where we see the good vibes sign hanging, and right now the pong table, the beer pong table, is sitting right there. Now we can show you images from inside the home by reporters who were there locally who zoomed into the windows, right? And we see the crime scene technicians in that room standing right in front of those two signs, the good vibes sign and the painting, right where that beer pong table is, standing there taking samples of things, something off the floor, off the ground. You can see her take the swab. She bends down, she comes back up. Then we know that the beer pong table was still set up because we can see it through the windows. DNA everywhere. Cups, bottles, you name it, was all over the place. There was a whole ass handprint on one of the windows. Remember that?
Continues upstairs.
What did they find in that living room?
As he makes his way to Maddie's room, the time is about 4:14.
Blood.
Well, with
Meanwhile, 2
everybody
minutes later,
standing in the living room later, you know, for the 911 call, could have been something from any one of them.
In fact, right. So even if first responders came in and ran into Xana's room where they were directed to go first, then somebody ran upstairs and could blood, because I've thought about all that as well. Versus, was Xana attacked there first and still was able to break away and run to her room? Or was that material that was transferred to that spot because of people moving around the home? That's what I don't know.
Xana takes a break from TikTok and walks into the kitchen. Evidence shows her activity on the app stopped at 4:16. As she enters the kitchen, she's a little shocked to see the sliding glass door wide open. And at the same time, she hears a serious commotion going on upstairs. Hey everyone, I don't usually ask, but I'm building a small production company to bring you more exciting stories, and I'd love your support. If you'd like to help out and get some cool perks, or own the 3D model file I created for this animation, please send me a DM and then drop a hashtag ASGET in the comments so I know to look for your messages. Your support truly means the world to me. Thank you. Picking up where we left off, a source revealed that Xana's phone recorded steps and elevation change, which is how it's known she went to the kitchen and the 3rd floor. When she walked up to Maddie's doorway, she interrupted Kohberger, who had just finished an intense battle with Kaylee, who fought back violently. After a second or two, he notices her, and then she turns away. Being dark, Xana didn't realize what she was seeing other than a shadowy figure. Out of fear, she quickly leaves. A single source, unaffiliated with the media, claims Kohberger injured Xana on the 3rd floor hallway, leaving evidence of blood there. But this single source of information has not been validated by any more sources. Continuing, Kohberger, without thinking, pursues her all the way to her room, not realizing he had dropped the sheath of his knife. When he gets to the room, he attacks Xana, and the time is precisely 4:17:30. We know this because of camera A captured the sound of screaming and the thud. After attacking Xana, Kohberger focuses his attention on Ethan and attacks him while he slept. Afterwards, Kohberger must have sat down in a chair according to a report, which found blood smears on Xana's chair, perhaps from the exhaustion of what he had just done. The source also says that blood from the 2 roommates upstairs were found in Xana's room, showing that it was one person moving from one room to another.
Now, blood from the other 2 victims in Xana's room. We didn't hear that in the document yet, did we?
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's something I hadn't heard before. And plus, now think about the time frame. So
But is it Dateline that hired her?
So that's what she said in the very beginning, and I don't think we got.
Well,
caught
maybe
that.
they have some extra info and told her.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it came from the leaked info because she's like sharing more now. I don't know if that's where it come from or where the information came from. But here's what also got me: him sitting down right there, and the time frame she's going to tell you that happened, and the fact that he sped away at 4:20. We're talking seconds to strip out of your murder suit if that's what happened right there. So,
Kohberger sitting down was for less than 30 seconds. As he gets up to leave, Dylan, hearing the commotion.
okay, so how does she know he just sat down for less than 30 seconds? How do they know that? And then if he only sat down for 30 seconds, where did now it's 4:18, he
Oh,
speeds
the
it back
text
to 4:20
messages, the calls and the text messages.
from Dylan, and they're basing it on that, you think, from the
Mhm.
girl, the roommates?
Mhm.
Okay, because remember, we were theorizing, did he take off his murder suit in Xana's room? I'm just trying to figure out in my brain, did he have enough time to do that in Xana's room? No one knows for sure what time he left that room, like 30 seconds later. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh
You know,
yeah. Mhm.
right.
From Xana's room, gets up out of bed and goes to her door to
Hey,
look
Miss
out into the
Shorty,
hallway.
happy birthday to
She
you.
freezes and sees Kohberger as he walks by and exits through the kitchen. She immediately closes and locks her door and retreats to her bed. Within 20 seconds of the encounter, she's calling and texting her
There you
roommates,
go.
but no one is responding. It takes Kohberger a minute and a half to get to his vehicle after the encounter with Dylan. But once in his car, he flees the scene at a high rate of speed and exits the neighborhood at 4:20. Dylan continues trying to reach someone in the house. And after 3 minutes of trying, Bethany wakes up and responds to the calls. They converse for 3 minutes, and then Beth convinces Dylan to come downstairs. The time is now 4:26 a.m. Cautiously, Dylan walks into the hallway and through the living room. As she approaches the staircase, she can see into Xana's room and sees her laying on the floor. She then runs.
Okay, I'm going to give you this one because I'm going to always have a hard time with that one. No matter what.
Her seeing her.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
I
just
mean,
was like,
that
okay,
would
I'm not
be
going to say it, but okay.
no, but I'll say it. That would be my first thing I talk to my child about once I heard all those details.
Mhm.
Honey, what possessed you to walk past your friend and see her on a floor and think that was
On the floor.
any of that was okay, even if she's just passed out?
Especially after seeing a strange man all in
See,
black.
a strange man.
That doesn't make sense.
Hearing noise. I'm scared, Bethany. I need to come hang out. And then, oops, there's Xana. Maybe she's just passed out. That's really fucking weird, and we all know it.
Mhm.
Oh my God. You know, I mean, that's my. I'm willing to say, okay, yeah, you're drunk, dumb girls. You don't know what's going on. You're confused, blah, blah, blah. But you see your friend and you just kept walking.
Oh, 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 oh.
What?
I was just thinking
Mhm.
that, she knew nobody else was in the house, right? Like, they weren't entertaining anybody, right?
Right.
But then I remembered, was it Fry? I think it was Fry. During one of the press conferences, he made a statement, and basically there was a phrase, and the way that he phrased it was like, and whoever else was in the house.
Yes.
He was talking about the survivors, the surviving roommates, right?
Mhm.
But he added this caveat, and whoever else was in the house. I'd have to go back and look for it, but I know he
Yeah.
said it, and I know Firefly and Salty remember what I'm talking about.
Yep. We're gonna
And
be
then I'm like, wait a minute.
things.
He said that, so I was like, were there other people in the house?
Well, a lot of things he said in those early press conferences made us question things.
Yeah.
So all of that wasn't just on Steve G coming out and asking questions himself, but a lot of it was based on what the chief police himself was saying that was odd to people like us, right? And so, of course, by nature, we're going to question some things, but we are going to be doing some of that, going back and looking at some of the early stuff in this case.
Because here's the other thing too. Now remember, one of the earlier things that sort of came out about Dylan is that she wasn't sure. She thought it was one of Ethan and Xana's friends or whatever. So did they have somebody over earlier?
I don't know.
or
Yeah.
whatever.
Hmm.
And then those people, left or something, and they just didn't
We
want to
still, you
mention
know
these
what we,
people
well, you
and
know
kind
what
of
we still
malign
don't
these
know?
kids' names,
Well,
or
what,
reputations.
right. Well, what we still don't know, well, we know where Kaylee and Maddie were all night. We
Hmm.
know allegedly where Ethan and Xana were, even though very early on the cops were coming out. If you know anything about Ethan and Xana's whereabouts, please let us know. We're
Right.
all like, well, why can't you find where they were at? How hard
Right.
can it be? You found the other people. And apparently they were at the frat house all night. Little scuffle over there. Some words were exchanged. Who the hell knows anymore?
Hmm.
And Bethany was allegedly there as well
Hmm.
until about 1:45-ish. Where the hell was Dylan all night drinking all this alcohol she was consuming that we found out about recently in the documents?
Hmm.
She said, I was drinking heavily. We don't know where Dylan was when that was going down. She apparently wasn't with Kaylee and Maddie because she wasn't 21, so she wasn't at the bar. We have not heard one mention of her being at the frat house that night with Ethan and Xana and Bethany.
Right.
We don't know where she was, what time she actually got home, how she got home. We don't know nothing about this
So
girl.
that's what I'm saying. Like, for her to just see her and walk by,
Yeah.
you know, that, still never really made sense either once I heard that, oh, she
That's
saw
never
her.
gonna make sense. That, and if it's one thing if you pass by and her bed was right there and she's on her bed and you see nothing but a person on the bed, okay, fine. But your friend's on the floor and you just saw what and heard what, and now you're running downstairs because you're scared. That I can't get past. That's really hard, and that girl probably needs a lot of therapy to get over that herself. I'd be asking myself, why did I let that? Why? Now I got to be smarter, right? I don't know, man. Have those talks with your young people. Don't let
Yeah,
them.
because I mean, even if Xana was, this was like a regular occurrence, right? She,
Yeah.
drinks so much that she might actually end up, passing out on the floor or whatever. Even if that was a regular occurrence, the fact that she just saw somebody dressed in black,
Exactly.
carrying something in the middle of the night,
And yeah, and well,
when
these
you're not
people,
hearing anything else except for whatever it is that she actually did hear,
and
you
I
know?
guess they're not concerned about alcohol poisoning either.
Yeah.
Let's get drunk till we fall out on the floor. That's normal.
They
I mean,
should all know that
they
that's
did
a
this
real
for
thing because they just had somebody die from that not
exactly.
too long before this.
They should be aware
Hmm.
these things are happening. Check on your people. Check on those thuds in the night, because I'm telling you, there was a thud in the night in Idaho, and there was a thud in the night in Sebastian Rogers' case. Guess who now no longer ignores that one little thud in the night? And I had that 15-year-old boy that I
Who?
would hear. It was Sebastian Rogers' case. Katie heard a thud.
No, I know who's not ignoring it.
No, I mean people.
Oh,
Like, like in general, like, okay,
hmm,
here was my example. Everybody was going off on Katie. Who doesn't go check on the thud? Well, here's why.
right.
I'm a mother of a 15-year-old boy. I was twice. He's in there gaming. I hear a thud. Guess what I'm doing if I'm in bed? I'm yelling out, boy, what are you doing in there? It's fine, Mom. Okay, pipe down. I'm not going to get my ass out of bed and walk in to open my 15-year-old's door to make sure the thud I just heard wasn't him sneaking out the window, right? Not if I just yelled at the kid and he yells back. Now, go check the thuds in the night, because you never know, right? That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. Because here there was thuds heard and nobody got up to check because we get complacent, or we're like, oh, that can't be what I thought I heard, right? Nah, I'm going to be checking all the thuds in the night. That's all there is to it. I don't need nobody missing on my watch. Having social media come at
Runs
me.
quickly downstairs to Beth's room, where they lock the door and for several hours continuously try contacting the other roommates. Back to when Koberger left the neighborhood, he drove a particular route that would exit onto a road that leads straight to Washington state line. And about that same time that Dylan runs to Beth's room, Koberger is entering Washington state. This is all part of Koberger's pre-planning, including finding a place to stop and get rid of any evidence. This place here fits that planning. This area here, pointed out by the arrow, is a little group of trees with a small area that you can park a car on.
Okay, so I went to the maps and I found this exact location. And my mind started going back to the PC and what it was saying. Sand Road will lead right out, come out of Moscow, and you hit Sand Road. It's actually Palouse Drive. Now, the PCA says he left via Conestoga Way. Conestoga dead ends into Palouse, and then when you take that right and you go down, it becomes Sand Road. Sand Road, you then take all the way from Idaho, crosses into Washington, goes right back in toward Pullman. And there's no cameras out there, you know. And Dolphin we were wondering last night, this is the spot, Dolphin, I was telling you about on the map. It's not far down Sand Road. And then so Firefly, if you're still listening, we were talking about that 10 minutes that was missing. She was about to refer to that. And then Dolphin also reminded me about him pulling over and trying to access the iPad as well. What I don't know is if this location was still close enough to town for him to get a reception for, you know, a few minutes to get on the iPad. Because once you go out, you're not going to get reception anymore. I highly doubt it. You're going to go through an area here with no reception. But so we'll take a look at the map in a little bit, but let's let her finish this presentation.
This is what it looks like from the road. At 4:30 in the morning, while changing clothes and getting cleaned up at this location, one could feel completely safe while being able to see the headlights of a car coming from miles away. As this pivots around, you can see how this is out in the middle of nowhere, and a pre-dug hole near some of these trees would hide forever any evidence that Kohberger was trying to get rid of.
All right, so with that in mind, we wondered, when I say we, like me, Firefly, Dolphin, Danger, when we were talking about this case, was there an area with a pre-dug hole to take? Because allegedly, you know, people wonder, how did he not have no evidence, no DNA in the cars, all these things? Kill suit, right? And when we say that, we're referring to maybe like the Dickies jumpsuit over his clothes. Did he have a backpack on to keep, you know, toss the knife in, to toss your clothes in? Or did he change in that home before leaving the sliding doors? Did he change in Xana's room? Or did he have those seats lined in that car? It would take a lot to line that car to keep blood out of it if you're going to get in it with bloody clothes. Do you think he would have waited and traveled in those clothes and then got out and changed?
Nope.
No, I don't think so either. That's risky to drive away in your murder suit. And you're already a crappy driver and you're speeding away at a high rate of speed. What if you get pulled over and you're busted, right? If you got all that on you and you're covered in blood, there's a lot of questions that get ready to be asked. So, but that doesn't mean he didn't have a pre-dug site to go dump everything in. Maybe we should email Jason Jansen and say, hey, go check out Sand Road if you're going back to Moscow to do a K-bar search.
It's important to remember that Kohberger was studying criminal behavior and the legal system. This would have motivated him to plan things to the smallest of details, like plastic on the seats to conceal DNA, or crossing state lines because the jurisdiction of one area would take hours to get assistance from the other. He's also smart enough to know that this 10-minute stop would likely never be on the radar of the authorities, especially after he crosses back into Idaho and then turns his phone back on. Let's pick back up where we left off at his 10-minute stop. He continues on with his plan, knowing that he's completely cleaned up and that there's no evidence to tie him to any of the crime if he were pulled over at this point. After getting on Highway 95 and turning south, he turns his phone back on at 4:48 a.m. This section of Kohberger's travels comes from his cell phone data extraction. Let's orientate ourselves onto this map and get a better understanding of the timing. Kohberger leaves Kings Road residence at 4:21 a.m. Just 8 minutes later, he arrives at his stopping point where he gets rid of all the evidence. After the cleanup, he then drives back into Idaho and turns his phone back on, which occurs near a town named Blaine. This was referenced in the arrest affidavit along with the next town called Uniontown. The last place to reference is where he's seen on cameras near his apartment at 5:25 a.m. Using Google tools, we can get accurate time.
Okay, so they still have him coming back through and going from back into 95, takes him back through Lewiston, right? How come no cameras, no mention of any cameras seeing him that way? Right, that's what I'm saying, Dolphin. Because Sand Road will still go back the other direction, back toward Pullman. Something's been off.
Timing information. This entire route took 54 minutes. If we add the 10 minutes stopping time to that, it would be an hour and 4 minutes. Now if you add that hour and 4 minutes to the time he left King Road, it would equal 5:25 a.m. the same time the camera captures him on the cameras near Washington State University. The last thing to compare is this part of the route, which has a reported time of 38 minutes to drive without any stopping. Bringing back the time record and adding in the second leg information of 38 minutes, we can now add that time to when he turned his phone back on, which was at 4:48 a.m. After adding the 38 minutes to that time, it gives us 5:26 a.m., nearly the same time that was captured on the campus cameras.
I'm Nate Eaton, standing outside the Idaho Maximum Security.
Well, so that was her video presentation on that.
Yeah, her times are a little bit off, I think,
Yeah,
for
just a
when
little
he
bit.
went into the house.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, him sort of standing around and all that.
Well, I know we know from looking at Linda Lane, 407 that car comes around for the last time, and at 408 ducks behind the apartments. Lights go out. So entered the house at 409 at the earliest. Yeah, Rachel, there's no cameras that would have seen him till he got into Lewiston. That's a fact. Once you got past Mundy's machine shop out there. So, okay, let me. I'll be glad when all those documents begin to become unsealed, so we can get so much more accurate information as far as the times and different camera location. And you put all that together, you're going to see this crazy picture, like the one they have of Stearns mapping him through Florida, driving like on the map. It's like, ping, here's a car, here's the car, here's the car, all the way out to where he goes off radar, heading out there to dispose of Maddie's body. The guy was captured all across all the way out, and then as he comes back in, they pick him up again, and there he is traveling all the way. It's crazy. We would have seen that mapping like that in the Koberger case if we'd have got that far. We'll see all that in the unsealed documents of the mapping of the cell stuff and all that. It would be so interesting to get to see all that finally, if we ever get there. If we ever get there. All right, guys. So really the only thing left to talk about is Dolphin and I were just messing around last night. We were having conversation about Idaho prisons. And I had told her I had started looking up information on the prison website and found some news article or news pieces about conditions in Idaho prisons, things of that nature.
Yeah, I had no idea that you could do all that stuff for prisoners.
Yeah.
I got my prison education, commissary education.
Yeah, we did. We went down a commissary rabbit hole because we was interested in what can you get in prison? What do you really get in prison, right? And we found the commissary sheet, all the stuff they can order, and we were like laughing and surprised at the same time, but laughing mostly.
The Alberto VO5.
Girl, she was reading off
so cheap.
She was reading off the list of some of the stuff they could purchase, and she kept, she's just reading. She's like, Alberto VO5 shampoo, and we both just bust out laughing at the same exact time. We couldn't contain ourselves any longer. We just thought that was so comical. If you know, you know. It's like he got the Dollar Tree specials, right? And if you can't, hey, sometimes you may have to go there. It's all right.
And then overcharge for it, because remember it was over $3.
Yeah,
It's like $3.64 or something like that for a bottle.
He got highway robbery on the Alberto VO5. Might as well shave that head on off there, Koberger, because you're not, it's just easier to maintain in prison with no hair. Then you ain't got to worry about buying that cheap shampoo. I know I need all the facts, and now my son's girlfriend wants an explanation once I know more. For what? Did I miss something?
The documents, just, when you were talking about unsealing the documents, that's what she's talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well, the judge said once the sentencing is over, they'll be unsealing the documents. There's no reason to keep them sealed anymore. It's what it is. They can't keep that shit. It's not Indiana. No dancing in the dark over here forever and getting away with it. We just got word that the transcripts have finally been compiled in the Richard Allen trial and paid for finally. And so hopefully those will get released soon and we can all take a look at the transcripts since we couldn't see the freaking trial. Anyway, Dolphin, are you good to go for a little bit longer?
Oh, yeah. I'm sitting here with my tea. I'm good.
All right, guys. So what we'll do is start with, we'll take a look at a piece real quick about a little bit of the conditions inside of a prison. And then we're going to bring up some of that stuff Dolphin and I were looking at last night because it's just too fucking comical. All right. So, started out with, I found this piece by Nate Eaton on the prison that Chad Daybell is being housed in. Well, Chad Daybell obviously is on death row in Idaho. So he is held at a maximum security facility, obviously. I think there's a total like 10 inmates on death row, Thomas Creech being one of those. This facility sits right outside of Boise, Idaho. It's a very large prison facility. They house the maximum security there. There's a women's housing unit there as well. And from what Dolphin and I researched last night, it is also the only intake center in Idaho. So anybody coming into the system will be filtered through there and then filled out to their prison that they'll be going to. So that should be the first stop for Kohberger once he leaves the county jail, is just outside of Boise to this facility to do the intake process. There where he'll be assigned his DC number. You know, he'll be processed into the system, photographed, and all that to go to the prison website, and then you'll go there for your Kohberger stuff versus the county jail website. And we both signed up for notifications last night, or I did, to get alerted when he is transferred. It's transferred. I made a new word. It's transferred. I should get a notification about it. So to start with, this is a little Nate Eaton piece on the prisons there, and then we'll show a small clip of what some of the conditions are like. And there's apparently some lawsuits happening with the Idaho prisons, and you know, we want their basic rights met because we don't need lawsuits after lawsuits. So get their basic rights, but some of the stuff they have to put up with is like, so right, we can't help it. It's human nature. Let them suffer a little bit. It's prison after all. Not supposed to be comfy, but, and trust me, like Dolphin and I were talking about earlier, just because they get a little bit of comfort don't mean they're comfortable, right? Even if you get your little TV and your coffee, get your coffee, get your root beer candy, your little plastic ass see-through TV so you can't hide shit in it, and then watch your back at all times. Don't bend over in the shower.
Keep your back and your butt to the wall.
They may come in hot with that Alberto VO5. Not.
Jeez.
Damn it, man. All right, we'll let Nate speak for a minute. I'll hush. Okay, take it away, Nate.
Security institution in Kuna. You can see this is the sign that people see when they drive up the road leading to the prison. It's right behind me. It was built in 1989. This is where Chad Daybell will spend the rest of his life. Now, we can't take our cameras inside, but we'll get a little bit closer. I'll tell you a little bit more about the prison and what happens to those people who are here on death row. Now, the Idaho Maximum Security Prison opened about 35 years ago. It houses the most disruptive inmates in the prison system. It can house about 550 people total, and there are two fences, a double fence here, both of them wrapped in razor wire, and there's an electronic detection system that runs through those fences. So it would be nearly impossible to get through those fences if you were trying to escape from the prison. Chad Daybell was brought here on June 1st, right after a jury sentenced him to death, and he is on death row inside of the prison, which is basically the 9 inmates currently on death.
That's one weird guy right there.
Is that perkiness or craziness?
Crazy. He is
definitely upbeat in that photo.
He is a boring ass dude. He says so monotone, and y'all come and follow me to the kingdom of God. Bullshit. Freak.
Death row are in their own segregated area. They stay in their cell 23 hours a day. They have no contact with other inmates. They're not able to freely come and go from a pod. They are basically in their cell. They do have 1 hour where they can get out to get a little bit of exercise. The other inmates on death row with Chad Daybell include Azad Abdullah. He's convicted of first-degree murder for the arson death of his wife in Ada County. Thomas Creech, who was recently in the news as they tried to execute him earlier this year, but they could not get an IV. He's been on death row since January 1983. Timothy Dunlap was received into death row in April of 1992. He's convicted of first-degree murder for killing a woman.
When they tried to execute Creech last year, his veins kept collapsing.
Oh, he's that guy.
Yeah. Yes. so they couldn't get the IV in, right, to administer the drugs. And so after that, a bunch of their meds also expired, and people who make them don't want to give them out for the DP. So that's when Idaho's like, okay, well, fine, we'll just do our firing squad.
That's 42 years for this guy. This guy was 1990 something. Like, that's
Yes,
ridiculous.
it is ridiculous. Shit, Florida put 8 to death last year. Shit.
They should, I see giving them appeals, but they should say, you've got maybe 5 years, or whatever
Right,
worth of appeals, and then that's it.
right. There should be a limit to it. Absolutely, I agree.
Bank robbery in Caribou County. James Hairston, he was booked here back in 1996, convicted of first-degree murder for 2 shooting deaths in Bannock County. Eric Hall, he was here, booked here in 2004 in October, convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder for raping and killing 2 women in Ada County. Gerald Pizzuto, he's been on death row since May of 1986, convicted of first-degree murder for beating 2 people to death. Jonathan Renfro, he has been on death row before Chad Daybell, the most recently admitted person on death row in November of 2017, convicted of first-degree murder for the shooting death of a police officer. Now, there is one woman on death row who is actually in the Pocatello Women's Prison. She's not here in Cuna. Robin Rowe was booked in
At Pocatello Dolphins, where we saw where Lori Vallow was.
Lori was, yeah.
Yeah.
received into the Pocatello facility in 1993. She's convicted of first-degree murder for the arson deaths of her husband, son, and daughter in Ada County. And
What the hell?
Those glasses are from 1992. Did you see those
For real?
glasses?
Yes.
Jesus.
She burned her husband and
Her
children.
whole family.
Holy fuck.
And again, Chad Daybell joins those other people who are on death row, and he will remain in his solitary cell until a death warrant is issued. Now,
Good.
that can take decades. As you heard me read the years from some of those other inmates, he could be in there for the next 20, 30, possibly 40 years. But once all of the appeals have been exhausted, a death warrant is issued. Idaho then immediately moves him from the facility behind me into what's called the F unit. And this is what it looks like. This is where inmates go as they
The
wait
F
to die.
unit.
And when that death
The
That's
FU
where you
unit.
go to wait to die. F unit, FU unit.
Yeah.
You're about to go down. That's weird. They got one woman. You know, Florida will put you to death even if you're a woman. Ask Eileen Warnes, serial killer extraordinaire. She took it upon herself to rid the world of the men. I'm sorry to laugh like that, but if you know the case, oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a crazy. That woman was one to be reckoned with right there. What in the
I
world?
tell you, watching, and being interested in all these types of cases and everything, it just reminds you of how evil people can be.
Uh-huh.
And I swear, I have to balance it out with like puppy videos or kitten
I know.
videos or something.
I know.
You know, good deeds on the internet, whatever. They have some videos like that or channels like that on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
'Cause it's ridiculous. I think so far the most heinous thing that I think I've probably ever heard was
Yeah.
the woman who put her child, the baby, in the microwave.
Oh
Like
God. I
any of
know.
that or an oven, yeah. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
That's why I know, and that's why I don't purposely set out to
yeah.
follow those little kid cases because I'd get so freaking. It would drive me nuts. But
Oh,
I
or
get
the
you.
woman that went to Puerto Rico for like what a couple weeks and left that
Yeah, and
baby,
left the babies.
yeah,
Left the
in the
baby.
house
Yeah.
alone. Yep.
Yeah. We do see so much bad that I'm the same way. Because I compartmentalize it all. I have to balance it with something, whether it's me just getting outside and sitting and not even touching my phone, or just binge watching some frivolous, mindless bullshit on TV because I rarely watch TV, or just scrolling through ridiculous little videos like that. Right? Helps you just kind of free your brain up from all of this, because it is what we do cover is a lot of heavy stuff, and you do realize that there's a lot of crazy people that do a lot of harm to people out there, and there's never a good reason for it.
death warrant is issued, the state of Idaho has 30
Unless it's
days to
self-defense.
execute him. There's a cell in there where Daybell would be kept. There's a place for attorneys to meet. And then when the execution date actually arrives, assuming that he will be executed by lethal injection, this is the room where it will occur. These are photos provided to us from the Idaho Department of Correction. This is the bed where Chad Daybell will lie on, and they will put that IV in his arm. And then there are witness rooms for victims if they wish to witness the execution, for attorneys, for members of the media who can witness the execution. And all of this happens in this one building, this F unit, which, if you think about it, because there's so few people on death row and so few executions happen in the state of Idaho, this building is hardly ever used. This is the sole purpose of this facility, to take care of executions, and because executions don't happen a lot here, this building sits empty for most of the time. But Chad Daybell will not visit that building for quite some time unless he should decide to waive all of his appeals. But we already know that that's not going to happen, at least in the first process, because John Pryor has already filed at least one appeal. So this is the facility, the maximum security prison. Again, cameras are not allowed inside. Around 550.
So they don't put that many people to death. There's not that many on death row in Idaho. What do they even have it still? What do they even have it for if they're not using it? Like I said, it's been fought forever in Florida, but they still using it like as recently. It's crazy, crazy. I don't know. Maybe he won't make it 30 years in prison. Maybe he won't make it 40. You don't ever know what the future's in store. He might get beat up. He might not get the proper medical treatment he needs occasionally. And, ask Lori, you may not get that cold medicine right away. Bad things can happen when you don't get your cold medicine right away, huh, Lori? I don't really care if he gets in it or not. It's like, of course, their basic needs be met, but other shit, frivolous stuff. All right. Okay, so we'll take a look at something real quick, and then we'll get on to some of that stuff Dolphin and I were looking at last night. It was so funny. All right, so this is one, and this one, because I don't like to be cold, so this one I was kind of not mad about this. Hold on. I was not mad about it. I was like, well, whatever. They shouldn't have done what they did, and they wouldn't have to worry about being cold, but I'll let their families fight the good fight for them. Okay. So like I said, it turns out there's a couple of lawsuits pending in Idaho from inmates or on behalf of families of inmates or things of that nature. So this is one news report from this local channel here.
You can't deprive them their basic human rights, which is heat and cool. It's dangerous.
These past few days have been the first time in weeks that the temperatures have been above freezing, and for at least 3 of those freezing days.
Just looking at that made me freaking cold. Okay.
Some inmates at the Idaho State Correctional Center in Kuna were fighting what they call frigid temperatures.
Yeah, an inmate's mom reached out to our Morgan Romero to advocate for her son who's incarcerated there. And Morgan was able to get into the prison yesterday afternoon to see what's going on. Here's what she found.
When it's this cold outside, it impacts people inside our prisons.
He's not treated humanely. None of them are.
Susan Larson's son called her from the Idaho State Correctional Center a few days ago in the midst of an extreme cold snap when lows in southern Idaho hit single digits.
He said that the temps inside were he guesstimated about 45 degrees, that there was no heat, and that they have ceiling vents and that there was snow coming through the ceiling vents into his unit.
Larson came to us because her son didn't feel heard.
I do my very best to make sure that he's treated like a person, not a number, not an animal, but a person.
He feels cold and
40 degrees would be extreme. I wouldn't house somebody in a unit that was 40 degrees. That wouldn't be acceptable.
Acceptable inside the prison is between 65 degrees in the winter and 85 in the summer. Beyond that, ISCC's warden says they called maintenance crews, which he says they did this time.
Anytime we get a significant drop in temperature, it puts a strain on our system. It's a large facility. It has 130 plus HVAC units on the roof. And so, you're going to have some issues.
Warden Randy Valley says snow wasn't coming through the vents and the heaters were on, but they weren't working, quote, optimally. When temps are an issue, Valley says they measure every block in the prison using digital pocket thermometers, and they use infrared thermometers to measure surfaces multiple times a day.
We had some temperatures that got into the low 60s. I think we had one area that was in the high 50s. And so we called out maintenance, and they've been working on it for days, pushing the temperatures up.
It was Larson's son, Donnie Unmack's tier, that dipped the lowest.
My son's unit in particular didn't even get an extra blanket.
But Valley claims no tier ever dropped into the 40s, and they were able to pass out extra blankets to those who wanted them.
We were able to cover it.
It's just not an okay way for anyone, regardless of why they're incarcerated. It's not okay for them to have to live like that. He really only brings this stuff to me if he feels like he's being, treated absolutely unfairly. And these, I believe, are very dangerous. I mean, we're going through an extreme cold wave right now. And to not get on top of fixing the heater sooner when it's already been complained about, I just feel it's unreasonable.
On Thursday, as temps finally rose outside, so did temps inside ISCC. New digital thermometers Valley bought after we started asking questions showed unmaxed tier up into the 70s.
Right now, as far as I'm aware, our systems are all running.
So while Valley says that he hasn't heard anything about snow coming through the vents, the roof is leaking, which will pose more problems as the snow continues to melt with warmer temps.
Yeah, well, they plan to get a new roof and HVAC unit starting this summer. Until then, he says that they'll move residents to a new bed if they're in an area with a leak.
And they're going to get a new roof and a new, what? They got money for all that? Yeah, so that guy cracked me up, though. He's like, well, because he felt cold. And I thought, well, it didn't even, it's just the way he said it. Well, he felt cold. So you want him to be heard? Like,
Yeah, I mean, remember Stearns in the back of the police car when they transported him, and he, had been in there for like what, a night or two or whatever, and he's like, oh,
it's so cold in there.
It's like, I'm sorry, you could be in a prison in another country that really doesn't care about you, and you really don't have any rights anymore,
And it's like a hospital. They keep it colder for a reason. It also helps keeps the germs down. You put that heat to it, well, you start you breeding all kinds of shit then. But then there was another case there as well with another lawsuit pending about them requesting medical and not receiving it on time and not their requests going unheard. And there was actually an investigation though that was done, and they found like requests by inmates, even complaints and stuff, where they were shredded and thrown away. I was like, well, that's not good. I mean, what if there's some like major issues? But I mean, it's prison. They're not going to get a bed of roses, and the 5-star accommodations aren't going to be happening. You're going to get your 3 hots and a cot. And if somebody cares about you enough, they might get a snack package, huh, Dolphin?
Yeah, Kohberger better change his vegan ways, right? Because I didn't see much of anything in those packages that
we
would
did
fit.
not. Well, they had that one that they referred to as I'm going to say wrong, not the healthy package, but how did they describe it? We're like, that's the
for dietary needs. One thing popped up. You guys will see it. It's hilarious.
Okay, let me pull up where we were looking at last night.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So that particular prison, everybody in there should be in there because they're, they've been convicted of very bad crimes, murders and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think, okay, the different crimes or different type of prisoners should be put in different categories, so therefore they should be in a different prison. So like your white collar guys, they're in a different prison. They probably are getting treated, more humanely or whatever. But these people, if you could stand there and murder somebody, I mean, shooting somebody is one thing, right? But doing what he did, which was just ugh. I don't have anything for you. I don't have anything for you. I
Right.
don't care what happens to him, you know? I don't care if he's warm. I don't care if he's getting fed every day. Oh, they said something about what showers maybe 3 times a week. I don't care if he doesn't get a shower once a month. I mean,
Yeah, it was
I
3
just don't
times a
care.
week. Yeah, which was if that was Stearns, he wouldn't care because he don't take showers no how.
Right,
So
he's
they have to
nasty
force his
anyway.
ass. Yeah,
Hmm.
they have to all the time in documents. Inmate refused shower again. We were like, this went on for like weeks. All
Hmm.
right,
And for somebody like Brian with his, OCD and all that,
and he.
that would only bother him even more
Mhm.
and make him more miserable. So, whatever.
Exactly, exactly. How come? Hang on, it's wanting me to.
It's like put him in the door, close the door, throw away the key. They even said that these guys don't get they don't, I guess, go out for meals. They just slide their meals through the door, like a little hole in the door. We
I
did
just
watch a
found
prison
another thing.
special, didn't we? Like a
What is
while
this?
back.
Okay, so there was a thing to click on the catalog. I was trying to look at the catalog we were looking at last night, but I clicked something wrong because it wanted me to make an account. But I was clicking through, and it
Hmm.
says get these delicious takeout meals for your loved one. And there's
Right.
Trinity Takeout gives you the ability to order an extra special meal for your loved one. Choose from an a la carte menu of exclusive options, which can include entrees, snacks, and desserts. After you place your order, the kitchen prepares it fresh, and delicious takeout treat is delivered directly to the recipient. Trinity Takeout is an easy, convenient way to send satisfying food that brightens their day. Okay, I don't know if that's available in the Idaho prison, but it came up on that thing. Okay, so let me try to get to the catalog we were looking at last night. Oh, I got you. Okay. Okay, there you are. All right.
Thanks.
So I'm trying to get back to that same link we were at last night. Damn it. Why won't it? There's the catalog link. Click it. Okay. Then what program or what state? I want Idaho. See, I didn't click through this last night. Idaho DOC package program or their property program. I was going to click the package program, go to program, and then it wants me to shop now. I'm not trying to shop now. I'm having a hard time pulling up the catalog, Dolphin. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking through my history now to see where it is.
I think, and I was on my phone last night when you and I were scanning.
Secure pack.
Access secure pack. Hang on,
Secure
guys, one
pack,
second.
yeah. Oh, fresh food, eye care thing. Ada County Jail ID care. Here we go. I'll send it to you.
Yep, and here's secure Idaho DOC package program. There we go. I think this is it. No, that's the same shop now link. And there was also a report we saw on Idaho prisons and their commissary list as well. Oh, they use the JPay. Oh, a lot of prisons and jails use JPay, obviously. Okay. All right, let me go grab what Dolphin just sent me, guys. Oh, come back here. That was for the Ada County Jail, right? That you just sent me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking at the one for Idaho. The state prison stuff.
Okay, I'm still looking.
Yeah. Hang on, let me grab it this way, and then I can link it to myself. 1 second.
AccessSecurePack.com.
Okay, let get into this one. And this lists all the prisons. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prisons in the state. Let me get the commissary list.
Oh, okay. Yep. Here we go.
There we go. Commissary packages.
Are you on that accesssecurepack.com?
Let's see. Yeah, but every time I click it now, it's telling me to go shopping. And then it wants me to set up an account. Did you click? Is that the one you just linked me to? Let me see.
No. Oh, they've got Bigelow tea packets here.
All right. Do you have it pulled up?
Yeah, remember the one that was green and white? And it's the one that had the Alberto VO5 and stuff like that. But I just looked up a random person and, you know, I got like
Oh,
265
that's what you
results.
did. Yeah, because it's one. Now, that's what you did different that I didn't do.
Right. Because
Okay,
he
so I
wasn't
need
in there
to-
yet. So I just said, look up last name Smith. Got to be some Smiths in prison, right? Yep. I just selected the first guy. It was like Richard D. Smith or something like
Let's
that.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to get in there.
Oh, Kraft pudding.
Kraft pudding.
Yep. Jergens Ultra Healing Lotion. A1 single packets. Wow. 85 cents for a packet, a half-ounce packet of A1 sauce.
Of A1. That's
Yep.
crazy. If you like your A1, you just better save all your money. And okay, recipient name. Okay, you said it was like Smith,
Just
right?
put Smith in for the last name.
Okay, search.
Top guy on the list was Richard D. Smith.
Yep,
And
I see that.
Yep.
Okay. Let me get it over here on the PC though, because I was okay.
I'm still looking through my history for the price list.
Yeah.
It was like a
And it's
PDF
crazy because you could
document that
buy like
came
whole
up.
packages and send guys. It was crazy. Okay, here's Richard. Let me click on Richard. And we'll go with the package program. Click that. Okay, now we got some stuff popped up. And we're just doing this, guys, because we're just nosy. We just want to we want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, so you can get a bottle of the Jergens Healing Lotion for $3.37. There's your pudding. You can buy all this stuff individually, and then you can do the packages where you can send them like a big snack pack, coffee, cakes, chips, whatever. There's different different bundles at different price tiers. So there you got your chocolate pudding. Oh, it's like a little singles, like a ketchup packet, but it's the A1 packet. Gotcha. You guys see that? Lord, currently it's unavailable. It'll be back in stock on the 15th. Must be a hot commodity. And I was telling Dolphin that a lot of these people will use their commissary is also their funds, right? I'll trade you my hot sauce A1 packet over here for you. Got any coffee, root beer candy? What you got? I need some of that lotion. I need some Albert spaghetti noodles. Now, guys, if they can purchase spaghetti noodles, how are they cooking them?
Oh,
They
I
have like a
mean,
little
some of them are
kitchenette?
probably doing a little something. Yeah.
Got that
Ones
well,
with, you know, a little bit more freedom or whatever.
and like Stearns ordered that Jailhouse cookbook. You can learn all them fancy ways to make your ramen. You'd be surprised at some of the I mean, we need to get that book just to look at the recipes and see what's in them. I'm curious. You know,
Yeah.
the Aquafresh toothpaste is $8.24.
Dang.
For some Aquafresh. I'm not knocking the Aquafresh, but damn, $8.
Yeah. Wow.
Some pound cake. You know, you come late night, you're going to want that snack, guys. You're just going to want the snack, right? And if you're already in the prison and you don't have a lot to eat, but what they're giving you, and you don't, what if you're one of those people don't have money to send you? That pancake would be quite delicious in the middle of the night when you're starving. Blueberry muffins, chocolate chip cakes, the little individuals there. Oh, let me get this where I can do this a little more smoothly. Lemon cake, cheese-filled muffins, beer nuts. The Belvita breakfast bars, not the breakfast bars. They get a bigger selection in the prisons than they do the counties. They say it's better in the prison than it is in a county. That's why Lori was complaining so bad. She got sent from Idaho prison to Maricopa County Jail, one of the worst county jails in the country. She's like, I'm eating slop now. I want to go back to Idaho. But who the hell is putting money on Lori's books? Bigelow, well, never mind. But Bigelow tea. Dolphin, you can get your tea.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, wow, okay.
Dolphin's
But
like,
that's okay.
"I
I'll get my tea on the outside, right? As a matter of fact, I did just have a Bigelow Earl Grey.
There you go. That was always one of my go-tos. Oh, there's some spiced chi. Okay. 265 products total, I guess you could buy individually on the commissary. And there's going to be some people out there sending that dude some money. They're going to be sending poor guy some money just in case he's hungry. But what if he's vegan, y'all, so be selective.
JB Gunner's mad that, he already had been putting money on his commissary account. I was
Well,
like,
he's
what?
the fool who did it. You made that choice.
Why?
Don't be mad at yourself for a choice you made. Ask yourself why I do some stupid shit like that.
Because even at that point, you didn't know whether he was innocent or guilty.
Innocent or guilty, but let's double down. Let's
Wait,
flip.
Joe sent money to Lori?
No.
Oh.
No. Joe did not send Lori any money. That's not what I was referring to. If y'all misconstrued that, it's totally something separate about Lori. No, yeah. Nothing to do with Joe though. I got your back, Joe Schmo. No, but yeah, we could tease Joe about that. He sent Lori money for them hair products because he likes her hair now. He likes it to look good. If nothing else, if all else fails, Lori's hair, by God, is going to look decent, even if she pulls it up like pebbles. Okay. So he gets sliced pepperoni too, but Kohlberger don't want no sliced pepperoni. Or the jerk chicken, or the pulled pork chicken out of a bag. That's worse than Lori's canned chicken, guys, for her chili enchiladas or whatever the hell she was making. Cheese puffs, whole kernel sweet corn. I think I'm going to have corn for dinner. I'm just going to throw it in the microwave over here. Okay.
There's a vegan option for him.
Yeah. Corn's always, I like some fresh corn. I take a can of corn, damn. Coffee. And coffee is a big deal in the prison. Oh, it's $8.95 for a 20.26 pounds. Over here, you get the other the instant coffee. Oh, look, you get the cereal, Captain Crunch.
Where'd you see something 20-something pounds? That was 3
No, I
something
didn't say
ounces.
27 pounds. I said point.
Oh, okay.
0.26 pounds.
I was like, girl, clean those glasses.
Focus, salty, focus. Chocolate and creamy milk caramellos. Okay.
Oh man, Captain Crunch. You might get shivved over the Captain
I'm
Crunch.
saying, right? I'm about to shank you. Where's my shank? I'm gonna shank
here's
you
the
for
meat.
that. Oh shit! Look at here. We got carnitas pulled pork, and over here we got some carne al pastor pork meat. Vegan pepperoni. What? No. Can you make vegan pepperoni? You got the Cheetos coming in hot. We got cheesy bacon, and cheese for cheesy. Well, hell, even the groceries people got to make some money in the jail, right?
Oh yeah, that's where I guess their sweet spot is.
I
If they're
guess.
charging 3, 4, 5 times, the normal price.
So I wonder who gets the markup. Is it the companies doing it, or is it the jail people that provide the service? I don't know. Someone's making bank. Cheez-It Hot and Spices. And then over here we got some more Cheez-It, the Flamin' Hot Puffs. They might get a little thirsty when they get to all that eating that spiciness. Cheez-Its and more Cheez-Its, original and the white cheddars. Taco Tuesday. Flamin' hot fries. Corn ranch fries. Oh gosh. Oh, they got some little muddy buddies over there. Chex Mix. More Chex Mix. Well, I mean, you better be in good with your people. You know what? This is why all them people in prison start pen pals and relationships with the lonely people. Yeah, because if you got 10 lonely people you're corresponding with, and they all 10 think you're in love with them, and they're all 10 sending you money for your books, you're riding high in the prison. And you're making plans to meet up once you get out. You know, that little, what's that show, Life After Lockup, or Marriage and Love After Lockup, or some stupid shit, whatever that show's called.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they go and they fall in love with the person in prison, and then they finally get out, and then they're like, yeah, okay, I just used you the whole time. You was supporting me while I was in prison. Now I got to go. Thanks for helping me get out. Give me a place to stay and all that. So chicken of the sea, which, unless you're Jessica Simpson, it is really tuna fish. And that's an old joke. If you know, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So we got more smoked salmon, and then some wild caught shit. More of the canned meats.
Wait, did they have categories in this? I didn't look on the left.
No,
side of
it's
the
just like
page. Oh, yeah, they have filters.
yeah. Wait, I'm on the. Hang on, I don't have it maximized where I can see the whole thing. There we go. Okay, search. Let's see. Let's see if we could get packages to pull up like this. If it just will make me look for an individual. Okay, personal care or food. Let's see. Beans, breakfast, cheese, drinks. What kind of drinks? We did coffee, drink mixes, and tea. Ready to eat meals. Oh. Oh, and it just pulls up some of the stuff we were looking at earlier, like the noodles
You
and
can get vitamins.
You can get vitamins?
I'm looking at the categories and the filters on the left.
Yeah, I just blew it up, and I just see a search button for me on what I'm looking at. I don't see a
It's, yeah, to the left of all the items.
Yeah, I'm looking to the left. There's like nothing on my
Your
side.
zoom is too far up.
Yeah, it's got to be. Well, I'm blind, so I had made mine bigger a while back. Okay, there it comes back. There
Look
it
to
comes.
the left. See, there's a little
Now
bit
it
of
goes.
yeah.
Allegra, Brushy Creek.
Although we can't see it because your zoom percentage is.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna pull this back now, and there we go. Now you guys see. Well,
no. You
sort
want me to
and
share it?
filter. Yeah, because I see the sort and filter right here. So what we're gonna look at? We got beans, breakfast, cereal bars, eggs. You think they're like eggs in the carton, and maybe they have a little kitchenette or something. I don't know.
No, don't
I
they
know-
have eggs the other way in the little?
Let's see. I know in my
How do they
county,
do
the county jail,
substitutes?
the girls told me that one of the things about the county jail was like they have like so it's like a big dorm, right? A big dorm room. And so they have an area set up, and there's literally like this big pot, and it's a hot water dispenser. So it dispenses extreme, like almost boiling water. And that's where you make your instant coffee. You put your ramen into your cup, and you put the hot water in, and it sits and it cooks your pastas or whatever. That's
Oh,
all
this
they
doesn't
had.
look good.
That's all they
Dried
had
egg
access
product.
to. So they weren't allowed to like cook things. You know what I mean? So I
Mhm.
don't know the difference in and if somebody got in trouble in the pod, like if they had gotten warnings, whatever, the pod, somebody gets in trouble, the whole pod gets in trouble, the first thing to go would be the hot water pot. And then everybody was pissed because now nobody could have their coffee or their ramen noodles. So yeah. So this is, what does this say? Over easy 2-ounce egg crystals. What is
Yeah, they're
this?
powdered eggs.
And you mix it with water?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, gross.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but it's gluten free.
Okay, well, plus for those with autoimmune Koberger. Click that shit, buddy. I want to know how you
Ugh.
make it. All right, so we got Over easy. Real eggs. I guess you could mix it with water and hot water, and then you'll have hot scrambled eggs, guys. Like real quick, like it only takes a minute. Okay. Cereal bars, eggs, grits, oatmeal drinks. So you get to choose between coffee, drink mixes, and tea. I'm assuming the drink mixes are going to be like stuff you add into like the waters and different things like that or whatever. Meat snacks. They got beef, meat sticks, pepperoni, and chicken. Noodles. You get. Wait, it's slow to go.
They've got cherry limeade drink mix from Sonic on here. They've got singles.
My grandbaby gets those for his waters because he
Yeah.
loves water. Yeah, here's Pure Kick, Hydrate, sugar-free stuff. And then, yeah, the Dollar General sells the Sonic, and they also sell the Skittles, and there's a couple of varieties out there, but my grandbaby likes the Sonic ones. I usually get him a pack. So you got those. $3.27. They're like $1 something at the dollar store. Oh, and the Starburst kind. You can't forget the Starburst kind. Flavor up your water. And you have to be, if you like your water flavored, you better be sparing. You don't know how many come into a pack. I forget 6. Some are 6 and some are 8. So you got to be sparing when you drink that flavored water. Save it up for the holiday. Ready to eat meals. Tuna steak.
Yeah, I saw that it's a Salisbury steak meal.
Those ones.
One of those from the shelf, not the frozen food section.
I've always been curious. $7.11. I've never tried one of those. I feel like my sister had some like years ago, and one was like a beef stew that she made, and I think I tasted it and didn't care for it. I don't. I just have a. Ugh. So okay, Salisbury steak. I guess you can heat that up in the microwave. It's ready in 60 seconds. And it's $7.11 for your steak dinner. That's about as steak as you're going to get up in the prison system, right? So then they got rice, seafood, mackerel, octopus.
Yeah, I saw that.
What the hell? Okay, I can't with the octopus. Like that takes me so far back to my last pregnancy, and I wanted to. No, I can't with the octopus. I'm just not even going to tell the story. It's gross. I'll never go into those kind of restaurants again as long as I live. Thank you very much. I was traumatized. Not a pleasant night. Who the hell eats octopus? Have you ever had octopus, Dolphin?
Oh yeah.
Is it good? Ew, it didn't appear.
You know I eat all kinds of stuff.
It just did not appeal to my full-on pregnant ass. I wanted a steak. I wanted a steak. But we were going to dinner with my, at the time, partner's sister and husband. And they all went to go to this.
You guys are making me hungry.
Oh
I
my
gotta
God.
order something.
I'm getting hungry too. We ended up this damn buffet, and they were just all in love with it. And it was just the grossest food I've ever seen in my life. Couldn't eat. Live octopus swimming around. Go take your pig. No, I want a steak. I was not cool. Not cool at all. I'll try things, but I've never tried octopus or thought about it. All right. Firefly says she tried the Hormel at lunch. They're just okay. That's what I always figure. They might be just okay, right? So, does anyone know any grocery stores open today? That's a good question, Dolphin. I do not know. Probably those last minute people who need to stop and get the ice, the hot dog buns, the hamburger buns, and all that. An extra
I
pack
hope
of.
so.
Yeah, there usually are. There usually are. All right, guys. Well, we're going to wrap it up for today. We took a look at a little bit of the prison stuff. I'm going to do some more stuff on the prison stuff. We're going to just keep an eye on things over there. We're going to keep an eye on the dockets that we're watching. Of course, there's not going to be a lot of activity on the Idaho docket. I don't anticipate between now and sentencing, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case. We'll keep an eye on the Morphew docket as well as the Stearns docket. We'll update you as soon as we know something. I will not be back live until Monday morning. And we're going to start our Crystal Rogers look into that case there. And tonight, I know Miss Shorty will be live with Camp Shorty. It's her birthday weekend as well. Publicly Buzz is having another Feral Friday night, and y'all can go watch the cool movie over there. So you guys kicking it around tonight, not doing anything, come and hang out with us for a while. I'll be hanging out in the backyard on the phone in the YouTubes and watching people shoot off fireworks, more than likely. More than likely. Dolphin, again, thank you for coming up and hanging out with me today. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. I wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything at all. I may go get some barbecue from this place in the city, like in Midtown. Fat Matt's Rib Shack. Oh,
I
God,
love me
it's so
some
good.
barbecue. It's my favorite. In fact,
Like I drive about 20 miles to go get that. Yeah.
oh yeah, that's me. I will too for that barbecue. My son said there's a new place down in one of our neighboring towns that he said they got some at work the other day. He sent me a picture, right? I'm like, dude, where'd you get that? He's like, this new place down in town. Like, you can't send me barbecue and tell me it's a new place without taking me to the new place. So I got a dinner date coming up. I love to go out and get me some good barbecue. I love brisket though. And Butterfly's husband apparently makes some amazing brisket. And yeah, I got to get down there and try it. All right, guys. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us and spending some of your 4th of July here with us. I'll see you guys around the night. For all you shut-ins like me and Dolphin are going to just chill at the house. Maybe we'll see you around tonight. If not, you guys enjoy your families, whatever you're doing. Y'all be safe, of course. And if I don't see you on the YouTube streets this weekend, I'll see you back here on Monday, probably around 10 a.m. All right, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you then.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Dolphin.
Thank you all for watching this here video.